Do you think people are loyal to Charmin only when I'm around? Watch my hidden camera.
I want to take away your pack of Charmin and give you 2 packs of this major brand instead.
No, that's okay.
What are you doing?
Well, this is what I use. It's very soft. It's absorbent. It's economical. It's squeezably soft. Feel it. Squeezably soft. Feel that. Doesn't have it. Squeeze this, and you wouldn't buy anything else.
Listen, my boss would never believe this.
Gotcha.
My kids will not believe this.
Squeezably soft Charmin. Once it's gotcha, it's gotcha,
You
right?
bet.
And now there's new, stronger Charmin. Stronger when wet than any other tissue.
Mom, what are you doing here?
It's your birthday, isn't it?
I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, I am.
People can't help but help themselves. People can't help but help themselves.
Duncan Hines makes a yellow cake moister than any leading brand. See, our batter is smooth, moister. Theirs not as moist. And our moister batter makes a moister yellow cake. So moist, it even clings to this fork.
Hey, I didn't get any.
This one's for you, big guy.
Oh, Ma, you're the best.
Delicious way to make your best. Duncan Hines.
Duncan Hines frosting. So smooth, we should have called it.
Beginning Monday, September 2nd, the Superstation's got great American comedy that's sure to tickle your funny bone.
Make me laugh.
Okay, how about the Prestons and their heavenly housekeeper, Ethel?
Is this the place where the nuts are?
Yeah, they're down to earth. Next, catch a few laughs with a gang of Safe at Home. Then, try America's newest flavor in comedy, Rocky Road.
Now, do I have to write that down?
It couldn't hurt. Remember, it all starts at 6:05 Eastern on the Superstation, Monday, September 2nd.
I'm here to tell you all you get by ordering Sports Illustrated now.
And I'm here to make sure he gets it right. Get it right.
Yes, sir. Mr. Alzado. Sports Illustrated not only gives you unbeatable weekly football coverage, they'll knock you over with their big 1985 college and pro football spectacular. And it is spectacular.
Go on.
It's filled with football. Full-color football. A bright look at the players and teams and the games they play. It's a lot of great stuff you don't find anywhere else. But you can get it all by calling this toll-free number, 1-800...
Wait a second. Don't give them that number yet.
But they need the number if they're going to call.
Not until you tell them everything they get.
You get the famous Sportsman of the Year double issue and the annual swimsuit issue. As always, a beautiful preview of what's new under the sun. And it's all yours. And by ordering now, you get 40% off the cover price.
Give them 50.
50?
Oh, almost 50.
Okay. You get almost 50% off the cover price. So you'll get 30 issues at the low basic rates, payable in 3 monthly installments of only $9.89. So every week, no matter what the sport, you'll get the timely, colorful coverage that only Sports Illustrated can give you. What more could you want? Just call this toll-free number.
Give them this too.
Free?
Free.
You also get free this handy 1985 NFL football schedule. So
and
call.
this?
They get this great pair of binoculars too?
Do what I say.
So call now, and you also get these sporty, high-quality binoculars.
Free.
Free with your paid subscription. They're perfect for getting closer to football or anything else you want to get close to. And they're free. Oh, and so is this handsome carrying case from Sports Illustrated. Not only do you get a lot of football, you get a lot more.
But to get it, you better call now.
I do what he says.
Call now. 1-800-621-6400.
I am telling you that I love my pine cleaner.
We challenged Mrs. Rubin to test her pine cleaner against Spick and Span pine to see which would clean toughest bathtub grime the best. The winner, Spick and Span pine.
There is no doubt that it is the most effective thing that I have seen.
And it deodorizes and disinfects, too.
I'm more than willing to change to Spick and Span pine because it's proved to me that it works the best.
Spick and Span pine. Among leading pines, it's the best for cleaning bathrooms, or our name isn't Spick and Span.
Last night, while you slept, the zits came out like stars. The Big Dipper. The Little Dipper. The North Star. To win the Star Wars once and for all, get Oxy 10 with benzoyl peroxide, the strongest acne medicine you can buy, to dry up zits and help keep new zits from forming. Maximum strength Oxy 10 helps keep the stars where they belong. in the sky.
It went away. You had to try others. But if I got news for you, Chunky's back, thicker than before. Hey la, Chunky's back. Nuts and raisins and chocolate galore. Hey la, Chunky's back. Hey, such a mouthful that it chew. And it tastes much better too. Hey la, Chunky's back.
Richard Petty talks about his all-time driving headaches.
Rockingham, 65. Now, that was a goodie. Bristol, 74. That was another goodie. Daytona, 82. That was definitely a goodie. I've won over 200 races, but I've had over 700 headaches. So just take it from me. Goodies gets rid of the pain fast, and that's what counts.
Goody's headache powders and extra-strength tablets.
Last night, while you slept, the zits came out like stars. The Big Dipper. The Little Dipper. The North Star. To win the Star Wars once and for all, get Oxy 10 with benzoyl peroxide, the strongest acne medicine you can buy, to dry up zits and help keep new zits from forming. Maximum strength Oxy 10 helps keep the stars where they belong, in the sky.
No matter what the score, there's one sports team you can count on. Sports Tonight, every night at 11:30 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
With 5 of their teams in the nation's top 20, the SEC is a force to be reckoned with. Which of these teams has the best chance to top their conference and possibly become a national champion? Bob Hill and Tim Foley provide an in-depth look into the nation's toughest conference. Coming attractions at 10:20 Eastern following Braves baseball on the Super Station tonight.
Around here people seem to say it all without saying a word.
There are still places where you can shake a man's hand, buy him a Miller, and you've got yourself a deal.
Miller's made the American way. Born and brewed in the USA. Just as proud as the people who are drinking it today.
Miller Beer. Purity you can see, quality you can taste.
Miller's made the American way.
Mario is ready.
Hey, Helen Casey. August 31st, the Superstation kicks off Super Football Saturday. Florida State puts their explosive offense on the line against Tulane. Then on Super Football Saturday night, Washington State lets Heisman Trophy candidate Reuben Mays run free against Oregon.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. You just can't help but call it Super Football Saturday. And it starts August 31st on Superstation WTBS.
Gonna party like before, as the big cheese once more. Gonna stroll across the floor. Well, turn it loose with the silver bullet behind it. Grab it, pull it, rock and roll with a cold Coors Light.
Papers heavy, the weight is minor.
Silver bullet won't slow you down.
Keep it light, rolling like.
Well, turn it loose with the silver bullet tonight.
Coors Light Beer.
If you can see the difference between this and this, smile, because Gleam can make the same difference in your teeth. You see, only Gleam has calcium P, and laboratory tests prove it gets stained teeth whiter than any leading fluoride brand, whiter than any gel, whiter than any polish. How much whiter? 30% whiter. And you'll still get Gleam's proven fluoride protection. So if your teeth aren't as white as they can be, start brushing with Gleam. You'll be smiling. Pretty.
With a column due every week, I work when I'm taking it easy. And if every little thing doesn't go just right, I can't relax. That's why I like the cleaner, drier kind of protection of Always Maxis. Only Always has a special material called dry weave that traps virtually all of the wetness inside the pad, away from me. It's so clean and dry, I know it's working.
Always the only maxi with dry weave. Such a cleaner, drier kind of protection, you know it's working.
So I can relax.
When you've got a headstrong boss, sometimes you need some headstrong relief. Goody's extra strength tablets.
When you've got a headstrong teenage daughter, sometimes you need some headstrong relief. Goody's extra strength tablets.
No matter what you've tried for a headache, try Goody's extra strength tablets with aspirin and acetaminophen, the 2 pain relievers doctors recommend most.
What a relief.
Headstrong relief.
Goodies Extra Strength Tablets for real headstrong relief.
Welcome, everyone. I hope everybody's having a great 4th of July Eve, Independence Day Eve. I hope everybody's enjoying their day off. I know Bullhorn Betty is. Oh man, I think it was Chronicles of the Shady that posted because Betty had posted like a selfie in community and was like, while people are getting home from the club, I'm getting up. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, everybody else is getting up for work. You're the only one getting up for work that's not work, that you say is work. Oh my god, dude. Like I can't, man, with YouTube sometimes, dude. Like, so last night, and I was up late, and I got stuck watching this like I was watching this American Gladiators documentary on Netflix, and I couldn't stop watching it. It was just like mesmerizing. And it was really not even that interesting of a story. It was like, okay, well, all right, well, we're popular, we're using steroids, we're not popular anymore, and so that's it. I mean, and it was like, God knows how many episodes of that, like 5 or 6, maybe, or 4 even. I mean, I don't even know. But I just kept watching it. Maybe it was just my own insomnia, but I was just like engaged. And last night's live, like I'm looking at the comments and some try not to insult this person. It's going to be difficult, but and no promises. But this person leaves a comment like, "Oh, I got to tell you, I gave this video a thumbs down because I love when you do the memes and the sound effects for when you're covering Betty, but not when you're doing these things because I've never heard this interrogation before." And it's like, dude, listen, first of all, if you're coming here for like some sort of journalistic exclusive, if you're expecting me to cover something necessarily that we've already, first of all, we're already aware of the result. You know what I mean? Like if we were awaiting trial, okay, it'd probably be a little different. But justice has been served. The case is closed. You know what I mean? I gotta be honest with you guys here. All right, I want to be very clear about something as best as I can, and I realize, I mean, by now you should know I'm really not that worried about alienating people. It's just not something that I concern myself with much, because I just kind of look at things like, I've been doing things the same. Now, granted, the sound effects and whatnot, that's kind of new, but if I wasn't doing that, I'd still be pausing it to, mock somebody or make a joke or something. Well, yeah, I that's my thing. I don't care that she put the thumbs down. That's not what I'm talking about. And I don't even care if they fucking unsubscribed. My point being is people, if you're coming here for one second. If you're here to get like some sort of professional insight, you're in the wrong place. I don't claim to be an attorney. I don't claim to have any experience in law. I don't claim to be a mental health professional. I don't claim to have any experience in the mental health profession. I care about crime cases, but I'm also somebody who likes to have fun. And yes, there's nothing funny about what happened to Gannon. Let me explain this to you. I'm one of the last people that you need to explain that to, because I've been following this case for a long time. I've been extremely emotional about this case for a long time. But see, the justice that I was looking for, the closure that I was looking for happened. And my closure is no more or less important than your closure, because we're not this kid's family. We're just people who care about the fact that these things happen and they're terrible. It upsets me that an 11-year-old was brutally murdered by his stepmother. It upsets me that 3 young boys were shot and executed by their father. It upsets me that a father murdered his pregnant wife and 2 little girls. It upsets me that a little girl went missing and nobody knows the first thing of what happened to her. And as far as we know, law enforcement doesn't either. It upsets me that her parents are seem more concerned with having a presence on YouTube than their daughter being found. These things bother me. You know, but maybe I just deal with things that bother me with humor. That's a fact. I mean, this is nothing that is new. This is not some brand new revelation here. You know, I try to find humor in everything. And I think it's really important to try to find the humor in everything, to try to find the silver lining in everything. And, you know, when you come into my chat or into my comment section, and then you try to Karen how I run my channel, it simply tells me that you have no idea what I'm about or what I do on this channel. That's just simply it's all that tells me. And so if you were to unsubscribe or criticize, it you know, it just you know what I mean? Like I'm fine with criticism. That's okay. But when you come into my comment section, you don't even have a channel yourself, and you come into my comment section and you're just like, you know, oh, you know, I gave this a thumbs down and here's why, and then write me some sort of like, you know, like a complaint box complaint, like as if you ordered food for me and then I gave you the wrong order. That's not how this works. You know, if I'm not giving you what you want when it comes to Gannon, okay? I mean, there's a whole bunch of different places that you can go that have their own styles of doing these things. I'm no different from them in the sense that I have my own way of covering these things. And I might get 500 people in my chat. I might have 20 people in my chat. But I am the way that I am, and I feel fine about it because I do not believe that I'm doing anyone that I don't believe that I'm showing anyone any disrespect. I'm not, I mean, seriously, for a second, like, let's think about this. Do you think that Landon or Al are watching this stream right now? Much less, do you think that they care that I'm insulting and minimizing this person who ruined their lives? Do you think that they give a shit that I'm doing that? Because I don't think that they do. I don't think that they would. I mean, why would they? Why would they give a shit? But I'm sure that they're not even watching. So it doesn't even matter. Do you think that Gannon is in heaven or nirvana or wherever his beautiful, innocent 11-year-old soul went? Do you think that in this vast infinity of bliss that this little boy is now in, that he hasn't found something better to do than to sit there and look down at me and go, why is he talking about Letecia? No. Gannon is, in my mind, in pure bliss that none of us could ever imagine being in. I believe that this is where your soul, this is what happens to your soul in one form or another, whatever your concept of heaven or whatever it is, that's up to you. And I'm not trying to minimize or downplay that in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying every culture and every religion has their way, has their form of, and has their version of what heaven would be. I seriously doubt that Gannon is worrying about what we're doing here right now. He's got better things to do. I promise. So there are a lot of better channels, bigger channels who cover these same things. There are YouTube channels who just have this in these interrogations uninterrupted. And I'm grateful that you come here for it, but understand what you're coming here for when you do. That is all that I ask. You know, I mean, if you want a certain way, if you want your information delivered in a certain style without certain things, then just get the raw version like everyone else did, like I did, and watch it for yourself. But like I said, if you choose to come here to watch it, man, that's great. That's why I'm showing it, so that you could come here and watch it. But understand what you're getting into when you come here. That's all I'm saying. Because yes, I add humor to these things. I get silly. Sometimes I'm in a silly mood. And if I'm getting totally honest here, my time for mourning for Gannon has passed. I've had 3 years. This is a child, and I understand the severity of that, but he's not a child who I knew personally. I'm a realist. And I was very passionate about the fact that I wanted justice for him. And that no one can deny. Nobody who's been following me for the past 3 years can deny that. So I'm not going to let you come into my comment section or into my chat and start implying things like I'm being disrespectful to A, his memory, or B, his loved ones, because I don't do that. We have all, personally, me speaking, but I believe you all are included in that too. So we have all, in my opinion, in my strong opinion, have earned the right to drag the shit out of this shitty person who is now in prison, and nobody has to worry about her ever again. She has to live with the fact that people are probably talking about her outside of prison, and she can't listen to it or control it or do anything about it. And that brings me joy. That thought brings me joy. We have all earned the right to laugh at this woman, because I personally, I can't speak for you guys, but I personally have spent enough time being angry about this. I've put in my time doing that. I've dedicated a lot of time and a lot of energy into praying and hoping that this boy gets justice and following this case every step of the way until that happened. And now it happened. So now I get to celebrate. And you can either join me for that or not. And that's okay. That's fine. But what you don't get to do is tell me what's appropriate for me to do on my channel. because I'm not victimizing anyone in what I do. You cannot deny that. Nobody here in this chat is victimizing anybody. Now, some people like to revel in their pain. I don't. I've lost a lot of people that I care about in my life, and I have my own way. It's happened so often that I now have a system for it on how I mourn. But I only give it so much of my time where I am grieving and I am sad, because I don't believe that the people in my life who I lost would want me to spend years and years and years allowing the thought of the fact that they're no longer here torture me. They wouldn't want that. That is not a peaceful rest. I can't imagine that being a peaceful rest. If, God forbid, these loved ones who we lost can see us still, and they're seeing that, that's not good for them. That's not good for their soul. I can't imagine how it would be. So, whenever I lose somebody, I mourn for a few days. I pay tribute to them in my own personal way based on our personal relationship. And then the ultimate tribute to them is I move on with my life. And I try to live the best life that I can for myself and create a environment for myself that is wonderful. Create an environment for myself and surround myself with people that our environments can feed off each other in a positive way. But what I have to bring to that table, one of those things, one of the few things I have, is humor. And so I'm not going to apologize for it. So I'm just saying, if anybody else feels this way, that's how I feel about it. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it, but it hit me that one person, and that one person, I think it was the fact that that comment got so many likes. So I was like, this is not just one Karen here. You know, I mean, maybe she's just the only Karen, but other people seem to feel the same way that she does. So it merits being addressed. And I'm grateful to you guys for taking a moment and letting me rant about that. Because it matters to me. I want to be clear about this too. It matters to me how you guys feel about this. I've built this community. I love this community. And I don't want to do anything that collectively makes you guys upset. And if I'm doing something inadvertently that is insensitive to you guys, and I'm just not seeing that I'm doing that, I like that you can let me know. But, you know, when people are talking to me like they know what I do here, while at the same time in their actions showing that they don't know what I do here, you know, because I get upset when I have to second guess myself. And I did second guess myself. I was like, well, shit, you know. But thinking about it and thinking about it and thinking about it, my conclusion is what I've just been talking about for the last 10 minutes. So we are going to move on with the rest of that interrogation. One of the reasons why I'm doing this early in the day, one of the reasons why I'm doing this early in the day is because what I want to do, ironically, what I want to do is what I mentioned yesterday. But today, I don't want to have to do a part 3. So I want to be able to just go through the rest of this thing, no matter how long it takes us. We could be here for 3-4 hours. But I'm going to go through the whole thing. But once I finish this interrogation, unless new unreleased information comes out, something that we didn't already know comes out in this case, which I don't think is going to happen. I would bet money that it wouldn't happen. But unless that happens, I'm putting this case to bed as far as this channel goes. I'm just going to move on from it because we've gotten our closure. I've gotten my closure. If you have not gotten your closure, there are, I'm sure, other channels that are going to continue talking about it, and you'll get everything you need as far as your fix goes there. So I do wish you the best of luck with that. But I'm just not going to hang on to this case. I've never done that with any other case, and I'm definitely not going to do it with the one case that got the best possible outcome, which is a matter of opinion. If you believe in the death penalty, different story, but I digress.
Instagram, I'll start cheating in Colorado Springs. Catch, I'll start cheating. How to get blood out of sheets.
Out of sheets?
Mm-hmm. I want immunity.
Oh, the blood out of sheets was because we always had always.
All right, so what he's doing right now is going over the Google searches. He's confronting her with the Google searches, which all of this was in the arrest affidavit. So at the time of him, because the arrest affidavit was released significantly later. And that wasn't even, the only reason that was released was just because it wasn't even the official arrest affidavit. They had not found Gannon's body yet. So charges had to be added. So I'm pretty sure that they made up a whole new one that we just didn't have access to. But here he's explaining, he's saying that one of the things that she went over, or that she Google searched, was blood, how to get blood out of the sheets. And this is basically her explanation for it.
Always nosebleeds. If I ever looked up blood out of the sheets, it was nosebleeds.
And I figured it might be something.
I didn't ever look up anything about an artery or something unless it went from something else.
It's on your phone.
And I never looked up anything about my stepson unless someone else did it.
The reason I brought up gangs is you looked up, I want immunity because it was gang related.
So what is she trying to get at here? Well, what I find interesting is, what is she trying to get at? Because who could have made the searches? Somebody with access to her phone, right? So who has access to her phone? Gannon, Lena, and Harley. If that. The only people who could have possibly had access to her phone. I'm already going to rule Lena out. I'm already ruling her out. First one. Why would Gannon? Makes no sense at all why Gannon would do it. So that leaves Harley. So Harley, being her 17-year-old daughter at the time, Harley, what would be Harley's motive for doing this stuff? So is she trying to gear towards a narrative that Harley murdered Gannon and framed her by making all these Google searches in her phone when she wasn't looking? Because she's sitting here emphatically denying that she made any of these Google searches, which they came from your phone. That's his argument. He's going, they came from your phone. And here she is going, well, yeah, I made this Google search about the blood in the sheets, but, you know, nosebleeds, you know. So, yeah, I made that search. But the stuff about I hate my stepson or whatever, no, that wasn't me.
And this sounds like, find me a new husband, find me a rich guy who wants to take care of his kids.
The new husband is just because Albert already knew that was about the lady Debbie Sherrill who wanted to find a new husband after 35 or something. He picked me about Amazon.
And like a lot of these can have nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
I get it. Can I spray paint wood?
Spray paint wood? Well, we always spray wood.
Yeah. I'm doing all the work for my stepkids and their mom doesn't help.
Oh, that bothered me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame
Oh,
them.
yes, because I wanted them to be mine. Like
What about
me
it?
to be their child.
Hit and run? You Googled a lot on Letecia and traffic accident, hit and run.
I didn't hit anybody.
No?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame
Oh,
them.
yes, because I wanted them to.
And like a lot of these can have nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
I get it. Can I spray paint wood?
Spray paint wood? Well, we always spray wood.
Yeah. I'm doing all the work for my
spray paint blood. I mean, you could explain that off to be, I mean, because what I think that means is, can you like spray paint? Can you get spray paint and cover blood on the wall with spray paint? Is what she wanted to know. But she could say, oh, well, you know, no, well, we were planning for next Halloween. I know it's January, but we were planning for next Halloween. So I wanted to build a haunted house, and can I make blood with spray paint?
My stepkids and their mom doesn't help.
Oh, that bothered me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame
Oh,
them.
yes, because I wanted them to be mine.
Okay, right there, that's telling as fuck. It's creepy as fuck that she even said that, because she wanted the kids to be hers. Lena and Gannon are not hers. So the way that she saw it was, well, if he's going to leave me alone and make me responsible for them when they're gone, even though I don't fucking do anything to nurture them whatsoever, I don't even wash their clothes, I want them to be mine. So what that tells me is that she wanted to take Al. She wanted to take the kids from Al's kids, which there's no legal way that she would ever be able to do that. First of all, let's get that out of the way. There's no legal way while Landon is still breathing, while Al is still breathing, and while Al is especially a provider and in the military, and if there was an issue with Landon, those kids weren't taken away from her. She just ended up, I don't want to say losing custody, because I don't know the details of the custody agreement necessarily, but she did not end up with custody of Gannon. They could have had a shared custody agreement or whatever. I don't know the details of it, so I'm not going to talk about that. But there's no way, based on these things, there's absolutely no way that she would ever be able to get custody of those two kids. She has absolutely no legal rights over them whatsoever. Doesn't matter if she's married to Al. She has no legal rights over them whatsoever. So she has to know this. And the fact that she's saying this out loud to an FBI agent, saying, well, yeah, I made that search. He doesn't do anything to help. So I wanted those kids to be mine, which it translates to, I wanted to take the kids. I wanted to take kids that were not my own away from their father and away from their mother. I wanted to own those kids, which implies that she wanted the kids just to hurt Al and Landon. which really helps with the motive. It doesn't prove motive, but it's definitely, another slap of clay on the sculpture. You know what I mean?
Like,
What about it?
need to be their child.
Hit and run? You Googled a lot on Letecia and traffic accident, hit and run.
I didn't hit anybody.
No? What was that?
What date was it?
I don't have a date on these. I was downloading stuff as I was coming on the plane.
Yeah, no, I don't.
My husband wants a divorce. My husband wants a baby, but I want an abortion. One day, some people will wish they treated you differently, which I get that. Parenting should be for people, not one.
I really hope that he asks, I really hope that he decides to ask, why do you think Google is going to answer your statements, like your complaints? It's really fucking bizarre. Like, you're supposed to ask Google questions, okay? Now, asking why doesn't my son love me or something crazy like that, that's not going to, I'm not saying that, I'm just giving a random example of something crazy. Why that sort of question is irrational. It's not something you would ask Google. What you would ask Google is, how do I remove a pipe from under the sink? Or how do I fix this brand of an air conditioner? These are the things that you ask Google. You don't ask Google personal questions about yourself because they're not going to know. It's not going to know. It's an inanimate object. It's a search engine for the internet, man. You know what I mean? But much less you're Googling statements. Let's hear that statement one more time that she Googled.
I get that. One day, some people will wish they treated you differently, which I get.
One day, some people will wish that they treated you differently. She's using Google to fantasize. One day, people will realize that they should have treated you differently. First of all, that's some school shooter shit, right? So immediately, you could see that this FBI agent, immediately the way that he reacts to that is like quick. He says just the right way. Yeah, I get that. Not, whoa. Because anybody who read that, like, I've watched YouTube creators read that list. I've read it myself. And the first time that I saw that particular Google search, I was like, wow. Like, it took everything that guy had to not sit there reading that and go, one day people will wish that they treated you different. Okay. No, he was like, yeah, I get that. He reacted and then just let his words cover up his reaction, which I think is really funny. Ken, stop making sense in here, bro. We're dragging Letecia.
I get that. Parenting should be for people, not one. Quotes a suicidal person might say.
But does anybody really do that? Because now, Ken, you got me like thinking. Here you're saying the reason you ask that in Google is because it hits keywords to topics, articles, discussions on similar issues, which would give you. Yeah, I'm aware of that. What I'm saying though is, does anybody actually fucking do that? Like, I don't know anybody who does that. I don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's so bizarre that somebody would use Google as a counseling couch, Ken.
these make me very sad when I read them because I can see you're doing all the work at home by yourself.
Which I wanted to be there. Like, I wanted to totally have the kids as my children. That's the point you're not getting. Like, I wanted those kids to be saying to me that I'm their mom.
Yeah.
Like, I am the person who does it, cares for them, loves them, everything. So you can think that.
What do you do if you suspect a person swallowed poison? Did somebody actually swallow poison?
Poison? I don't know. I always click things and read them. No one
Did somebody swallow?
No, you didn't click it. You typed it. you sat there and typed that question. You didn't just click on it.
No one swallowed any poison.
Okay. You will never forgive me and treat me like a princess. You'll never know when it's too late.
What?
Oh yeah, I mean, I always search for things when Albert was gone.
What is an Alford plea? Did you figure out what an Alford plea was?
Alford plea?
Yeah, ALFORD.
I think someone asked me that, and I probably searched it.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah.
Do you remember? What did you remember of?
I don't remember. I just remember something because someone was writing that online. So if anyone wrote something online, I looked it up. Just like the other day, someone wrote something about FBI come in or something, and if I see something online, I always Google what someone else said and see what, like what they're saying is matching what is saying online.
Right.
So like I did that completely. I do that all the time for everything.
So if you're not willing to go,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Can you at least tell me what injuries he suffered? The true ones. As far as the cut foot, was that a legit injury?
Yes.
And where did that happen?
So he was outside in the garage, and when he was outside in the garage, he was running to go help me take the trash, take the trash out, come back and help me get stuff out of the car, and then he stepped on something, which I left the blood there. Like I left it, like because Albert said don't touch that fine wood or African wood, whatever kind of wood it was.
What did the piece of wood look like?
I don't know, like a board.
Okay. And it's still there in the garage?
I had to drive over them all the time. So like I always had to drive over the pieces of wood.
Right. But you didn't take that out of the garage?
It's too big. You couldn't fit it in anything. You couldn't have fit the pieces. The long boards that were in the garage, you could not fit. I left. So there was the piece of board that I threw in the back of Albert's truck. And then there was the two long boards that were sitting there. So the board that was about like this size and the board that was the long boards that were sitting here. I left the long boards because that was supposed to be the fancy wood and I didn't want to ruin it by trying to get the blood off of it. The other piece of wood was the wood that I threw in the back of Albert's truck.
And what was that one?
There was a bunch of pieces that were laying around that from.
No, bro. Apples and oranges, dude. Yeah, of course people Google that shit. That's fine. And I'm not even criticizing anybody for Googling questions like that. I'm talking about, I actually made this point already. I'm talking about her Googling statements such as one day people will start taking you seriously and you won't be such a joke. Like that's disturbed shit, bro. Like that's suspicious as fuck. Along with, how do you get blood out of sheets? And can I spray paint over blood or
from that night, from us running through there, it was like little pieces. There was a piece about this size, maybe a couple pieces. But
and you threw it in the back of the truck? That bigger piece?
Well, you said bigger like this. It wasn't that big.
Okay.
Yeah, it was cheap wood. Like I knew it was not the wood that he would be freaking out over. So from Sunday, he did hurt his foot from Sunday.
And how badly was it bleeding?
It wasn't. I say Saturday. I'm sorry. From Saturday. Albert had just left, like to drive to the airport. He wasn't even gone long.
Mm-hmm.
He had just left to drive to the airport.
Okay. So did it require a Band-Aid?
Gano, whenever he always does something, he tries to be like he's not like laying over. He's like, oh, I need a Band-Aid or whatever. Gannon would literally walk around.
All right. So remember last night, for those of you who weren't here, she said something that really like that for me was a revelation when it comes to the burn situation that pertains to this case. She kept saying that Gannon had burns. Lex Lux, welcome to Logic. Thank you. She had she kept talking about Gannon having burns from because of the candle, and he was lighting a candle and the candle knocked over, spilled on the carpet, caused this big fire. But last night when we were going over this, she specifically said that he had little burns here and here, both arms, same parts of the arms. And I found that to be very telling. It doesn't prove anything, but I think at this point it's safe to speculate. But it doesn't prove anything, but it tells me that she was possibly, that she was possibly deliberately burning him, and he was in a defensive position. So the burns that he was getting were from him trying to cover himself up. That's at least how I'm taking that. Now, another interesting thing is a loose theory. And mind you, I said this last night. I'll keep saying this as we cover this. So we're never going to know. That's something, that's some closure that if you feel like you have to know, start with whatever process you have to begin to come to the conclusion that you're never going to get that closure, because she's already been tried and convicted, and she's never given a straight story, not once, and has told lie after lie after lie after lie. And so even if somebody goes into that prison and she agrees to an interview, I think a reporter would be wasting their time. I think any reputable professional journalist would not even bother trying to interview her, because you're not going to get anything credible coming from her. So even if you get a story from her and it turns out to be the truth, you'll never know it to be the truth, because it's lost in a sea of lies. You're never going to know. She has no credibility. So anything that she says at any point moving forward cannot be taken as fact. It just can't. She's not going to confess and then people, like, if she confesses and you go, well, she confessed, oh my God, that's exactly what happened. Well, then you're a fool. You're a fool, because there's nothing credible to it. So we're never going to know. So all we can do right now is speculate. But as I said, all the speculating that you're going to see me do on this case is going to take place on this stream. So just know that. because as I said, after I finish going over this FBI interrogation, unless, of course, there's new information that we're not aware of, I'm not even going to go over it. I mean, I could even imagine a situation where she ends up giving an interview, and then they're like, "Oh my God, Letecia Stauch interview." I'm going to go, none of this shit is credible. Why am I going to go over that? You know what I mean? Why am I going to give that any? I mean, I might go over it, but I could already tell you I'm gonna end up going, I don't believe any of it. I don't believe any of it. There's no way that logically I could ever believe anything that comes from this woman. Ever. So if you're looking for some sort of closure as to exactly what happened between Sunday the 26th and Monday the 27th, you're not going to get it. There's no way you're ever going to get it. It would have came out in court if there was a way to actually know. But you're just not going to get it.
Toilet paper in the middle of his toe, and it will have blood or whatever and just run everywhere to his room or whatever.
Yeah. So what did you do on this occasion?
We literally took the paper towel, that's why I just told you about the toe, and put it in between.
So it was in between his toes is where the injury
No,
was?
it was like wrapped here.
Okay.
We had it wrapped. And I don't remember if we got a Band-Aid, to be honest. This is just what scanning it.
So that doesn't sound like a big injury.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, it was blood. There was no big injuries. I left it on the wood because I said I'm not going to clean his fine African wood.
What did it look like on the wood? Drops, streaks?
Well, what I did originally was I was trying to take water to do it, but then I realized if I put cleaner, then that wouldn't do anything but cause the wood to damage, because Albert always wanted to build things with all this wood that we bought. And if I use those pieces of wood and all that stuff, then, you know.
Did you ever use that shop vac to clean up anything out there?
No, I never used the shop vac. The shop vac was never, I couldn't even move anything with the shop. Anything that would have been used with the shop vac would have been Albert, other than the times that we brought it.
It just hit me. I had those dates wrong. Monday was the 27th. Monday was the 27th and Sunday was the 26th.
Which would have been weeks ago. And we did spring cleaning or fall cleaning around the house, in the corners, and that type of thing. Okay. So that would have been the shock vac. There was nothing I ever did and vacuumed up something with a shock vac.
Right,
or
that's me. I just asked you.
Like any of that.
Right.
There was none of that ever happened.
So the burns on the arms weren't that bad. The cut on the toe or the bottom of the foot wasn't that
So
bad.
we still were able to go hiking. He was able to still go hiking. It was bleeding on the board.
Bleeding.
Not after that, not all over the house, that sort of thing.
Well, he had the piece of paper and went down to his room.
Yeah.
Like wrapped around the foot. So I mean, if anything, there could have been drops of blood or something, but no.
What about the wound to the head that you talked to Al about?
So Albert was like trying to get me to say whatever, because I'm sure you guys are having him do that, and I knew that's what he was doing. So Albert was trying to get me to say that, like talk to him about, like wounds or whatever. So I threw off some stories to Albert because he was making me so upset, just like everyone not understanding that there's an intervention portion here.
Yeah, Army vet. I've been asking that question for a long time, but I have a pretty definitive answer to that, at least. I mean, she likes to talk. She likes to be in control of the situation. A word that is thrown around and misused quite a bit in this community is narcissist, but I believe her to genuinely be an absolute narcissist. Partly because she was actually diagnosed with it by one of the mental health professionals who evaluated her. She absolutely loves to be in control. She needs to be in control. She doesn't just love it. She needs to be in control, but she also gets off on the idea of being in control. So she gets off on the idea of being smarter than all of these people who want to catch her for this crime. And she thinks that she can outsmart everyone. And it's a big game to her, just telling lie after lie after lie and thinking that she can convince them somehow. And I'm curious if we're going to get to see it. But this man on the stand testified that Letecia basically threw herself at him, that she proposed that the two of them go away together, and he felt like she was hitting on him. She implied that she would take him somewhere where he would get answers as far as Gannon goes, and he felt like she was flirting. That's how far she'll go to try to control the situation. She's seen too many 80s suspense thrillers. You know, that stuff doesn't happen. She's watched too many evening soaps. You're not gonna seduce the FBI agent to where he's gonna sneak you out and you guys are going to take a vacation somewhere and live happily ever after, and he's gonna go into the evidence room and steal bank robbed money. That's not gonna happen, and it's not gonna happen with you. Like, bro, you're greasy and gross. like you're a fucking disgusting specimen of a human being. Like, there's no way. Like, this dude's got his shit together, bro. Like, look. This dude, he's straight up, you know, I mean, is he Brad Pitt? No. But, you know, he wears a suit to work. I figure, like, at the end of the day, like, if a woman's got that, she's set. You know what I mean? She's all right. You know? The dude is, he's you know, he's super smart. He's educated. He's law enforcement, means that he can protect you, you know? And he's tall, so he's probably really well endowed as well. Like, this dude is way out of her league, bro. This dude is way out of her league. Like, this dude's got his shit together. Like, he's got some really fine hair products in his hair to make it shiny. She's got gross ass scalp secretion making her hair shiny. Like, I don't know what she's thinking.
There's someone intervening in this, and that's where people didn't understand and want to say anything. So I just started rambling stuff to Albert, and I even said to you guys, "Hey, I know you're listening," you know. And it was just to do whatever.
But do you know what that sounds like, though, to a dad who's missing his kid, and then you say, and the previous head wound happened where it was blood running down his face and that sort of thing, and it's, you know, had to bandage it up. And
well, I don't remember saying anything about bandaging up.
I think you said Quincy Brown tried to bandage it up.
Oh, because he was making me mad about something. Yeah, I was about to say I don't remember me saying I did that. But.
So he did suffer a head wound, though.
Head wound?
Yes, okay. Head or neck.
Okay.
And that is what caused the blood there. And so, even if you choose not to tell us where Gannon is today because you're too nervous or whatever else, we would like to know where that was on him. So if we find him on our own, if you've given me the clues to go find him, that sort of thing,
mm-hmm.
Where was that wound?
Gannon is alive.
He's alive, fine, but where was that wound? Was it his neck or his head?
Bro.
I don't know anything about a neck or head.
Well, you had to clean up the wall. You went ahead.
That is not even from what
is so
you're talking
funny?
About there. Had nothing to do with anything from Saturday, Sunday.
Why does she think
whatever.
it's funny?
That had nothing to do with any of it.
How could it not?
It did
there
not.
was a lot of blood.
It did
And
not.
You're going to have to explain that.
Sir, it did not.
So just tell me how.
It did not. I promise
But
you.
you're not going to tell me how. So where we can help you with
You're not going to help me, though.
How could I not help you? How are you going to get up, Letecia, on the stand after telling all these stories, which we're going to ask you about, and then say, I can explain all that, and it's some party that I never told law enforcement to go chase? If Gannon is alive, we have an 11-year-old kid somewhere being held against his will.
Right?
Boy, cunt. You might as well have done this yourself. That's why I'm saying.
Let me hold you all right there.
Is she signing a waiver of her rights right now?
I'm not fill it out. I'll just put it there.
You're a magnificent cunt.
Oh.
Hey.
What about the blood in the back of the Tiguan?
Tiguan?
Mm-hmm.
The only blood would have been in the back of Tiguan when we opened the car up. In the car, we were sitting there to do his foot. There's nothing to do with this.
There's too much to be
No.
just a toe.
No. No, sir. That is absolutely not true. That was where we were sitting on the back of the car when we were unloading the stuff. We were sitting on the back of the car. There is no, no, sir. Mm-mm.
There's plenty in the garage, though.
But there was nothing in the garage. There was plenty of times that everybody worked in the garage. Had nothing to do with.
Not everybody. Gannon's not working in the garage and bleeding all over the place.
There was nothing about bleeding all over the place in the garage that had to do with anything. I'm telling you.
Wait, what did
what
he
you're
say?
asking me is completely to do with anything. There had nothing to do with.
Not everybody. Gannon's not working in the garage and bleeding all over the place.
There was nothing about bleeding all over the place in the garage that had to do with anything. I'm telling you. Anything.
He said,
do you know what this looks like? Say you're telling me the truth. Again,
he
think.
said Gannon's not working in the garage.
Please don't care what I think. Say you're telling me the truth right now. That Saturday had nothing to do with him disappearing and being gone for over a month. Do you know what that looks like for you?
It looks like I'm in the middle of a situation that I need help getting out of.
But you're not willing to tell me how to help you. So now you're saying that Gannon had a really bad head wound on Saturday.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
The head thing was Saturday,
right.
And the amount of blood there?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what you're talking about completely different than what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this doesn't look any better for you because now you haven't.
He almost had her, man.
Motherfucker.
Almost had her.
It wasn't like that. It was not.
Well, then you have to tell me. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but.
It's not what it was like, sir. It's not. Had nothing to do with me. It's not what it was like, sir. Okay.
So did someone else injure him on Saturday? Just, that's an easy question. You don't even have to tell me a name. Did someone else injure him on Saturday?
I wanted to meet friends because I didn't have friends. Okay. So I wanted to meet friends. Okay. Albert ever tell you about any of these apps he had me to go on? Mm-hmm. See, that's where this is going to be whatever, because you're not going to take my version and my side.
So this is a new story here. So she wanted to go meet friends. So if you guys remember, I'm telling you, this woman, it's safe to assume she was living foul, man. And she was trying to get away. And I think that, I mean, I have a few working theories, but one of them being that she had plans on Monday because the kids were gone from school. The kids were supposed to be in school. It would have been, and Harley would have been at work, and she would have had the house to herself. She would have had time to herself, and that would have been a perfect opportunity for her to go and cheat. And I'm wondering if Gannon got in the way of that.
Letecia, let me stop you. If you help us, I will take whatever version you tell me, and I will actually prove it. That's all I do is I don't chase. I am wrong most of the time.
Do you have a way to pull up apps? Do you have a way to pull up the stuff on apps? Do you have that?
We can do that while you're here, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, you said you have this.
Yes, we have ways to pull up apps.
Okay.
What app?
How do you have ways to pull up apps?
We have technical people. I'm not a tech person, but we have plenty of tech people that are super smart to do it. If you tell me what to do, we can do that while we're talking, take a break, you can go to the restroom, whatever else. We can solve this thing right now.
Why come I just can't talk to you without a bunch of people watching me?
Then we can talk right now.
Yeah, but come on, there's people here.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? You tell me what...
See, she's like, I want to talk to you in private.
You want to do, and I will have
I want to talk to you to tell you about leading up to anything. I want to talk to you because I want you to find Gannon, and I believe in all my heart you will help me. Not lie to me.
I will help you.
Not try to say, oh, you're telling the story and throw me somewhere. Okay.
So is he alive?
Let me finish this and I can answer your question. I understand what you're saying about federal versus local, whatever. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to want,
like, the crazy thing is, like, there's literally nothing in her behavior. She's so fucking clueless that she doesn't realize that there's literally nothing in her behavior at all whatsoever, nothing in her actions that indicate that she is even remotely interested in finding Gannon. Absolutely nothing. She's not even like hinting towards it. Like on the meter, you know, on the meter of wanting to find Gannon, this being, yes, I need to find my stepson. She's way down here. She's like, she's bottoming out. She's completely bottomed out. She's not even looking like, in any way, not even one shred of interest in that little boy's well-being, which makes her look like the most responsible person for what happened to him.
Talk to you is that I don't want anything said before held against me if I provide you with 100% the truth to help you.
That'll work. This is the first time we're talking, and it's for a reason. You haven't talked to the feds yet.
Right. So if I can,
I totally didn't mute my mic.
with
I'm
all
sorry.
these people watching, because I want you to listen at exactly what happened and go from there. Okay.
Okay.
And that's not, I know you're trained to do this and interrogate people and all this. I want nothing more than for Gannon to be okay. That's all I want. I promise you.
No, no, you don't though. Yeah, I know it's gross though, but like I normally mute my mic. I'm sorry about that, guys. Totally MGL'd up in here. But here she is acting like, I mean, she'll say these things. She'll say there's nothing more. She thinks that if she sells the words, you know, but she's not selling the words. You sell the words with your actions. But she thinks that if she says the things with enough passion, somebody's going to believe her. And it's like, no, you're not doing anything. You're not answering questions. You're dancing around every single question. You're saying let's make a deal without actually saying let's make a deal. You're
That's all I want.
This guy's like, right.
And I will take whatever resources, whatever help you want me to go do, even if it means take myself in the middle of somewhere where someone wants me to go to get him, to make sure he's okay. I would do it.
Bro, this is the kind of person this is the kind of person that they would just fucking like back in the day they would just smack that person, bro. They would just smack them. They would hit him with a fucking telephone book.
Because I love Gannon, and I love my family, and I love the ground that everybody walks on. Albert, Harley, Lena, Gannon. That is my family.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad they don't do that anymore. I want to be abundantly clear about that. I'm glad they don't do that anymore. But it's like, it's crazy because you see this guy here, and he is super patient. He's just sitting there and, well, no, they don't need to, Miss Nobody. I'm glad that they didn't, because you can't, you're not going to get, I mean, we all realistically know that obviously that her rights would have been violated and then she would have been let go. That's why they don't do it. But this is a way more effective way of getting tangible material that you could present in court as evidence. This is all just going to lead up to everything. This guy basically is doing what I'm doing, but he did it on the stand, and he walked the jury through this interrogation, and just explained everything. But you're going to get getting a trained guy like this to be way more patient than the person they're interrogating. It's only going to lead to better things. You're going to have more to work with in court. You know, you beat a confession out of somebody with a telephone book. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what they say because you beat them with a telephone book. And when you beat somebody with a telephone book, you could beat them. If you beat somebody with a telephone book hard enough, they're gonna tell you anything. So, but it's just funny to me because this is clearly the kind of person that back in like the 30s would have gotten beaten with a telephone book to get a confession out of him. Just because she's so irritating and so stubborn, you know?
So I know in the end, you might think you got whatever by this and forensics and whatever. And I'm not arguing any of that. Very smart to know that you're a smart man. You're not stupid. But
they would have beat her with a telephone book just for what she did to Gannon.
Need the help, the resources to not be attacked anymore. To know that something on the stupid app was a silly mistake. Okay?
So you brought someone in.
So I'm not, I just said I would talk to you.
I know, I get it. So
Ew.
I'm representing law enforcement from Colorado. Okay. And if you tell me something, even though, you know, we started a recording now and whatever else, and if you say we won't talk unless we turn off the recording, that can happen, but I'm going to pull in all those resources.
No, I want you to pull in resources. I'm not denying.
See how she's leaning forward? Like she's sitting there now. I'm not a body language expert, you know. I'm not the behavior panel. But I'm getting the impression that she's sitting there with her legs crossed in order to be feminine yet defensive, as well as the way that her arms are crossed as well. But it's interesting that she leans forward to talk to him a lot. She tries to engage with him almost on a very strangely intimate level. You see the eye movement, the smiling that she does. It's like really gross flirtation. And it's really pathetic to watch, really.
Denying you to say pull in the resources. I'm looking at you from mother to a father. I have been scared because I don't know what's going to happen. Not with because I did something. I wouldn't have told you that there was people, random people, intervention or all these things if there wouldn't have been. Okay, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
Could have easily just been like, hey, if there was truly what you guys had thought about, I don't think you intentionally done it. There was this accident. Common sense, well enough to know, to pick up the phone and say an accident happened. I'm not stupid, okay? Might be freaking out because I don't know how to get this help, but I'm not stupid, okay? And that's looking you dead in the eye to tell you, I did not hurt Gannon at all, okay? Swear to you. So if you're willing to give me the opportunity to talk to you, I don't want to be like watched by people. I don't want to be, whatever.
This is a separate recorder. This is mine.
Right. And so does the Myrtle Beach house.
Yeah, they do.
Right. Right. But I need the help.
You'll get the help.
Okay.
All we're focusing on is finding the kid.
Okay. And that's what I want. I don't want to look at like, you look at me like I'm just this bad person who doesn't want to find our child. That's not it. I just don't, when it came at me as an attack, okay, because that's what originally happened. Okay? Shut up! And I get it.
Oh my God, I don't care!
Probably parents too, right? So they have to do their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I get that part. Okay. You can ask me about any of these, whatever. I'm sure it was something I saw somewhere, and I never looked up anything about some stepchild. I've looked up how I haven't got help, and how I wanted help, and how I wanted to be the person that they always were. Well, I didn't even want them to go home. I didn't even want them to have to go to their mother at all, because I had to see the pain and agony Albert went through, worry. So you're going to take my character based upon whatever.
That's just part. Listen, when a kid goes missing, we don't only look at the person, we look at the entire neighborhood, we go through people's closets, everybody's lives is turned upside down.
And I'll tell you right now, if any of this is since then, of course I've looked at what people said. If people said something about the FBI, I Googled FBI.
Again, you worry too much about what we think. If you will get us there, we can protect you.
Okay, so then I talk to you. And I don't talk to Myrtle Beach Police Department and all these other.
See, that was smart. He was like, you're worried too much about what we think. You know, like don't do that. Just stay focused on the fact that I have the power to help you, and all we want to know is where Gannon is. That's it. But here she goes again, talking about, I'll only talk to you. I won't talk to any of the other. I won't talk to the sheriff's department. I'll only talk to you and you alone. Why? Because she thinks that she has her only chance is to be able to control one person. She thinks that she has a better chance of manipulating and controlling only one person. She thinks that she has an advantage of controlling this one person because she's being flirty with him and she's delusional enough to think that he's going to be attracted to her.
These other people, I talk to you and I explain to you. Okay? Because You already saying you are charging me with something.
It's already been
Okay,
charged.
that's what I'm saying. You're already saying that. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
you're charged already.
how do I know that when I give you this here information?
But that's what this recording does. It protects you because I've already told you we will do this. Well, we used to not record things, but we do now. And the only people sitting in there is the district attorney and some of the El Paso people. Myrtle Beach has nothing to do with this. They helped us find you.
Right.
So they have to be involved in this.
I understand it. There's nothing against Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach is not in on this.
Okay, well,
if someone else took Gannon, we can find
in
it.
here, and I don't like that. I want to be able to have emotional, raw conversation.
Let's do it now.
I can't.
I mean, we can't go anywhere. Where do you want to go?
Because I know people are sitting.
Nobody's sitting there.
What did she just fucking say, bro? Did she just really fucking say, I want us to have an emotional, raw conversation?
Not in on this.
Okay, well,
if someone else took Gannon, not to, we will do this. Well, we used to not record things, but we do now. And the only people sitting in there is the district attorney and some of the El Paso people. Myrtle Beach has nothing to do with this. They helped us find you.
Right.
So they have to be involved in this.
I understand it. There's nothing against Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach is not in on this.
Okay, well,
if someone else took Gannon,
we
can find
in
it.
here, and I don't like that. I want to be able to have emotional, raw conversation. And I don't like that. I want to be able to have emotional, raw conversation.
Why does it have to be emotional and raw? Like, that's so telling right there. I need a setting to where I can act and convince you. It has to be emotional and raw. There has to be passion in me telling you where my missing stepson is. What? Like, what you don't want is for it to be emotional and raw. What you want is to just simply state the facts that will lead us to finding Gannon. That's all we need. An emotional and raw conversation. Okay.
Let's do it now.
I can't.
I mean, we can't go anywhere. Where do you want to go?
Because I know people are sitting.
Nobody's sitting there.
Okay, someone's watching from there.
They are in the other room. It's the district attorney. Do you want me to tell them they can't watch?
No, I want to talk to someone in a raw, real conversation so you can see truly in my heart the situation. That's what I want.
I want somebody.
No.
I want somebody who I can manipulate. I that's basically all she's saying. She's saying it out loud, which is fucking crazy, and she doesn't even realize she's doing it. She's saying, I want someone who I can manipulate. I want somebody who I can convince of my bullshit.
It's not, sir.
But how can I make
Who is
it
it?
that
The district
decision?
attorney from Colorado?
Yes.
Yeah, see? Come on.
I can ask them to leave the room.
No, it's not about leaving the room. It's about I'm asking for, instead of going through all, this, whatever, sitting here wasting our time or whatever, I'm asking just to talk to you. Because I'm taking your word that you're going to help me and you're going to provide the resources from wherever you said you have them.
Before I do that, let me ask you some questions, okay? Because this is our investigation.
Right.
You're taking all these trips to Palmer Lake.
She knows, okay? She knows that no matter what she tells them, it's not going to lead to anything. Like, she might lead them to Gannon's body and then come up with some fucking crazy story as to how he got there. But she knows, she has to know that they're never going to catch anybody. They're never going to follow up and be on the trail of anybody who actually exists. She's already blamed one fictitious person and one person who just simply happened to be on the El Paso County's most wanted list. And they know she already did this. And it's crazy that she has to know. So what does she think? That she's gonna get relocated into Witsec, and they're gonna give her a new identity, they're gonna give her a place to live, they're gonna set her up with a new job, and then she's gonna once they turn up no results as to what happened to Gannon, she's just gonna be like, well, I did my part, and they're gonna be like, okay. And then just keep paying her rent. Wow.
Multiple trips, different cars, renting a car.
Okay.
How are you not involved in this?
First off, I didn't ever get the drive to rental car anywhere.
How are you not involved in this?
Let me go and correct on this now. Once we got the rental car or whatever, the National Guard was there. Everybody was in the house. We went in Albert's truck the whole entire day, going to Come and Go and all these places. So I never drove the rental car anywhere. And it's already been corrected from budget about the rental car situation. I had to get that corrected yesterday. I never even drove it anywhere because I didn't get to. So whatever GPS you get from the rental car, it never was driven by me anywhere but literally up the street back. I didn't hardly drive it anywhere. So there's no rental car driven to any kind of places at all.
What?
What the fuck are you talking about?
How is there no rental car driven to any kind of place? You know they put GPS on these fucking rental cars, right? Well, you know that they track the rental cars. It's their property. Dude.
Are an idiot. You are an idiot.
The only time I went anywhere in the rental car might have been maybe 40, 50 miles. I don't know, no more than 100 miles, counting there and back. And that was just driving it through the day because I went back to get my car.
But you're the only one at the PetSmart.
For what?
We can see the video there.
Not in a rental car.
No, I'm not saying rental car. I'm just sorry. I'm just working through this to say if someone else is involved,
okay,
it's only you there.
And what the PetSmart has nothing to do with this.
This is Monday, though.
Yeah, but the PetSmart has nothing to do with this at all.
With Gannon's disappearance.
And that's where the whole entire thing is where, that's where I just said, I know I'm not going to be able to trust you. Because you just immediately went to the PetSmart.
Well, I went from the rental car, said, so what? But I'm trying, the reason why my mind is going there, it's going to where do we have video? What did we miss? If there's someone else involved.
And did you not see me completely freaking out, like, at the PetSmart? Did you not see that?
No.
Did you not see me walking back and forth at the PetSmart? Okay. So.
I think they also saw you running from the police.
Yeah, but we can't interpret your behavior as what if Gannon's hurt in the back of the truck? What if Gannon talks to someone? We don't know why you're freaking out.
If Gannon was hurt in the back of the truck, you already have the truck too.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? That's not even remotely even the case at all. It's not even remotely the case.
But we don't know because there's no Gannon to tell us. Does that make sense?
Trust me, I want Gannon to be able to tell you. Because I know he would walk right in that room and tell you that I would never hurt him and did not. Guaranteed. Doesn't mean I've always been the perfect step-parent. Doesn't mean I haven't fussed with people. Doesn't mean I haven't been stressed or whatever because I never wanted them to leave and go to this place with their mom. That's a fact. Complete fact. I begged and begged and begged for them to stay with me. So until you realize that as my character, you're not going to realize to be able to help me.
But I've already said, from what I can tell, you don't have any violence in your background.
I'm not violent. I don't hurt people.
Yeah. So
Don't hurt
I'm
my
willing
child.
to chase. You have a lot of resources right here.
But you just sit and told me though that the Petco, we've already seen the video. There's no one out there.
But we don't. Again.
You saw the inside of the videos for Petco.
Right, and we saw
Trace
the
the
parking
signal.
lot.
Okay.
But we can't see inside the truck very well.
Okay. All right. You're 100% saying you can't see inside the truck very well, okay? But you didn't see anything else at Petco or whatever.
That's
right?
not me.
Okay.
So when I say we,
Well,
my
I'm sorry,
job,
you.
yeah, my job is not to look at all the video.
Okay.
We have everything in a case like this. I told you a bunch of leads come in, etc. And we have someone review.
Okay, smart ass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
So we saw that. I don't have time to do all that stuff. Right. So when I say me or we, I didn't look at the Petco video myself.
Okay. But it became a point of contention when it's completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant.
Yeah, but so you're testing my experience.
No, I'm not testing your experience. Absolutely not. I'm actually asking for your help, not testing your experience.
And I'm failing your test.
So I know.
Because everything that I've looked at in this case, when you see the blood spatter on the wall, you see a big pool in the corner.
Okay.
You see your shoes that we've collected with Gannon's blood on the bottom of them.
Okay.
And then you point to Eduardo, who doesn't exist, or maybe he did exist, and we don't have a last name.
Okay.
Then you point to Quincy Brown, and then you say Uncle Matt, these names and stuff, and it's like, I've seen it before, and that was Harold. That was.
But I'm not Harold.
I'm not saying you
No,
are, but
I'm
I'm
not
saying
Harold.
this is my experience.
Right. I got you.
I'm not saying you are, but it didn't go well for him because his attorney got up. He's one of the best attorneys in Colorado. He cost $600,000. Craig Truman, and he started
paid $600,000. Okay.
with his dead wife's money. And Craig got up and said, "Harold is not a murderer, but he is a liar."
Right.
And that's what I was worried about when I first got the case, because they asked me to come in and work that case because I had worked other cases like it. And Harold's just sitting there all confident and whatever else. Please don't say this is you. I'm just saying this is my experience, because Harold told all these different stories. But when you start out with your defense attorney saying, my client is a liar, he's just making up crap. That's to the victim's family on how Tony died. That's to his friends at church. And all of them got up and testified. These are the different ways Tony died.
Again, it's not good.
But he might be today. You don't know that if someone is willing, if this, whether it's related or not, the head thing, if someone's willing to hold a kid for 30 days, how are they not willing to kill him?
Can I ask you something, or can I say something?
Yes.
Even if
I got to interrupt you there, Greasy. 1 second there. That's actually a great point. Because she's also not realizing how telling it is that she's sitting here saying, I'm not involved. Whatever happened to Gannon, I'm not involved. But if you give me immunity and set me up with a new place to live and put me in witness protection, well, then I can give you information. And I know Gannon is alive. Gannon's not dead. Definitively, he's alive, she's saying. And it's very interesting because according to her, because she doesn't deny that Eduardo doesn't exist, but according to her story about Eduardo, is Eduardo took her gun and took Gannon and then left the gun, but took Gannon after raping her. So, I mean, make this make sense, Letecia. So here you are, you're saying that you're not involved, you have no idea what happened to Gannon, but you could definitively tell me that he's alive. And he's like, it's been 30 days. How could you say that? How can you sit here and say that Gannon is alive after 30 days, you know, and for sure, but you don't know what happened to him and you weren't involved in any way because you love kids so much. Okay.
The scenario would have been me just going to go talk to the lady here and telling them, hey, this is what happened. This is who did it. I know that he was hurt by someone. You know what the next question you're going to say to me? Who was this person? And all I'd say to you was, oh, well, can you help me figure it out from this app? Or can you help me figure it out from this? And you know what you would say to me? Oh, yeah, sure. Right? That's exactly what you would say to me. So finding unless I can take you directly to where Gannon is, safe and sound, that is the only way that you're going to be like, oh, okay, wait, she was telling the truth about something.
So this person is telling you that he's safe.
So that's the only thing you would have been like.
So she's
I'd
in
even
contact.
ask y'all, or I say y'all again.
So she's in contact with the person who asked Gannon, who's telling her that he's safe. Right.
You're fat.
I get it.
Hey, please help. Why isn't there a word? Please, please, please. You're not understanding. Like, I have begged that completely. Like, day in and day out. Begged it to let me.
I still don't understand, Letecia. The thing I don't understand is you're a good person.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a good person, why would you not trade your life for Gannon's?
I do. I want to trade my life for Gannon's. But what you have to also understand is not just my life. If it would be just me trade my life for Gannon, I would be totally okay with that.
Now you're talking about more than an individual.
No, I'm talking about talking about other people in the family. I'm talking about,
involved in this. You're talking about more than one person, because there's no way one person is going to take out multiple people if they talk.
I never said someone was like multiple people. I never said it was anything.
But how can you be so afraid of one person?
Because of any actions that could be taken to lead up to why you may know this person or why you might download that.
Is he law enforcement?
Okay.
Or something that has more power than you would think?
Sir, I want to help, but I need protection.
I told you, I will give you protection. And I'm saying this with attorneys listening to me say this. They'd be rushing in the room right now saying, you can't promise her that, but I can.
Okay, well, who can? Who can promise that?
Do you want to talk with the district attorney?
Sure.
Okay, I'll bring her in. Do you need to go to the restroom?
No.
Okay.
You're a little cunt.
Hi. I'm with the district attorney's office.
Just so you know, I looked behind there. This place is under construction. There's no one back. I can walk you back there if you want to look.
Oh, no, I believe you. I was just talking about all these people watching.
Yeah, and Martha's been watching.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. So John said you wanted to talk to me?
About protection?
So I don't have any trust in anyone. And obviously, I know I've told him that I said things to Albert because I was mad and upset, whatever. But how do I know that I'm going to get help? Like, because I didn't hurt you, okay, at all. But I need the help to figure out how we're going to get to you.
Let me read you what she wrote.
Okay.
Or I'll just show it to you.
And I wrote Saturday. I probably should, yeah.
I had done this Saturday. It had nothing to do with this. Checking my phone for an app. This was so we do have your phone, and we have gone through, like, these are keystrokes.
Right. I'm talking about, like, when you download apps.
Did you have a different phone beside the one that was in your van? Did you have another phone? Like a second phone?
Yeah. No. It's the same phone.
It's the same phone?
Yeah. No, not the same phone. You guys have the phone. That was just someone else's phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at this time, That
Yeah, I understand
disappeared.
that's the same. The 843 is a 655 number.
But you didn't have a second one that this app might be on.
No. I only have this one.
So, and let me explain, Martha. My understanding of what Letecia's asking is, how does she know, since I've said, if there's a bad guy or guys out there that did this to Gannon, that she can tell us where these guys are. And she's concerned for not only her safety, but the safety of her family.
Right.
And how can
he asked me would I trade my life for Gannon? And I said yes, but I said it's also other people. Like, how do I know that everyone else is not going to be involved? Like, you know, and how do I know that you guys aren't just trying to be like, whatever, if I walk you through anything or can help you with anything, I don't want to be just thrown somewhere, like being like, okay, well, you didn't tell me this, and I want to be able to help you and work together because I'm sure you have kids or grandkids or whatever. I do. I don't want to sound like I'm cold-hearted, and I'm just tired of being like the person chased instead of being able to have someone to actually have compassion to help me.
Well, I was a little bit confused when I was watching it because John talked about how they're the FBI and they're the premier law enforcement agency that could protect you, could protect your entire family. And they, if Gannon's alive, they...
Okay.
I can't make you any promises.
Right.
Because obviously there's a lot of information that you have that we don't.
Okay.
So there aren't any promises. I can't come in here and promise you anything regarding the court case or the arrest warrant or your involvement in it.
Okay.
But I can tell you what the number one priority is.
Right.
And it's to find Gannon.
Right.
And so if you were talking to some small law enforcement agency and they said, sure, we'll protect you, I mean, I can see how you would be suspicious of that.
Well, you guys were the lead agency. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I mean, they're the most elite agency there is.
Oh, okay.
And so if there was a time for you to feel like that you could protect
that recorder, we can.
Because I know you have yours. That's what I'm saying.
As a backup.
So if you want the recording turned off, you need to tell us really explicitly that that's your choice. Because the recording have been put into law so that there's not a debate where he says you said one thing and you said I didn't, right? So it's to protect the person being interviewed.
Right.
But if it's something that you...
It's not that I'm trying to, I just don't, it's just I wanted to have like a conversation with him, just him, and try to explain to him in complete detail about everything because I do want this, I want to help to the next level to find out who he is. I really do. You guys have looked, you went to GPSs and all this, but you haven't found Gannon because you're coming after me. And I understand you're going to say, well, this is what we have to go on, and I respect that totally. But it was the first time I ever get to sit down with people to actually to say, okay, this is what happened, this is what I know, please help me. Because then I feel like if I don't, because see, I easily would be like, hey, just give me an attorney and call it a day. I really want. So do you think I want to waste time if I got resources when that's all I've asked for? I don't want to waste time.
And if there's a chance he can be saved, everybody wants that information. But the only people who can save him are the FBI. I don't want you to think that this is being broadcast to the whole world.
Right.
There's another DA with me. There's no Catholic County person.
Right. It's absolutely.
And they're the ones.
Broadcast to the whole world.
The reason that we do that also is I might miss something, and I probably do. And so then I can go talk to him and say, what am I missing? And then also it protects you because if I make a promise that I can't deliver on with the FBI, then Martha gets to hear it. And then she would knock on the door.
But as soon as I give you information, what's going to happen is someone's going to say, well, you were involved with this person. You were cheating with this person. You were doing this. I'm just giving you scenarios.
But that's a lot better situation than you're in right now.
But what if I wasn't? That's my thing. And that's where the burden of proof, I can't depend my life on the burden of proof to be involved with just someone thinking that I'm just a bad person. I did not hurt Gannon.
That's because the burden of proof is on the prosecution, and the prosecution has proof to convict you.
Okay. There are any promises I can make you about you. I can tell you that we're looking for the truth, and it seemed to me from listening to it that you had information, but I can't make you any promises.
But what I'm saying is, if you're saying to me, I have information, you're going to come and say, well, you should have given this information when I did nothing but attack.
But-
That's what I'm saying.
You
see what I'm
can't-
saying?
You can't armchair quarterback yourself, though. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't look into the future and say, well, we're going to say this because you said this. If what Martha and I are saying are true, and that our only focus is Gannon, we don't care who leads us there, we just need Gannon. Then you are protecting yourself by telling us that. If you never give information, then you don't protect yourself. And then we have one person to prosecute for Gannon.
Well, our focus is who took him and who hurt him, not with when people came forward with information.
How do I know that? Because that's my biggest thing. I know you're saying that, but like whatever I can do to help, I can help you. But I'm saying, how do I know that if, let's just say it's a, whatever, I tell you a specific person, okay? Let's just say that, okay? Then my thing is, well, your thing is going to be like, well, you held this information from me and I'm having to utilize my resources, okay, and do all those things, not understanding that maybe sometimes there are people who are afraid of any other things going on.
Every day in my work, there are people who report things later than some people think they should. Every day. And we try to focus on the violent crime, and we certainly try to focus on the kids. I know that you want assurances, and you want me to be able to say, you know, I will or won't do this, and I can't make you promises because I'm in the dark, right? It would be foolish for me to make you promises, but I have people who might report sex assault all the time. We have people who come forward years later. Our interest is in the truth about the crime. This is really y'all's conversation to have. And I know that you wanted to have a frank conversation with them where you could really tell them. So unless you need me, I'm going to step out.
Okay, but you're still going back in the room.
Would you like us to turn it off?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we'll turn it off.
How do I know that? Not that I want you to know anything. I want to be able to like really talk to him and just know that I can sincere see in your heart you're going to help me.
I can bring you back there and you can see us turn it off. But the truth is, I could just turn it back on again.
I know.
I mean, there's a point where no one can verify everything you want.
Well, plus, that's her life. She has to tell the truth, just like I to you when you don't want her to listen to you. You kind of have to look at logic here.
Okay.
I don't think Martha would throw away.
I don't want you to know. I want you to have all the information.
Yeah.
That's
well,
it.
So are you okay with the recording continuing? We just won't be monitoring.
No, I didn't. He said that we
You
wouldn't.
wanted to turn off?
He said I could just talk to him.
Okay. So we're just going to turn off the recording, and that's your choice. That's
Okay.
what you want, right?
Yes.
And so he controls the turning it off from here, or are they?
No, you'll have to ask.
Okay, I'll ask them
find
to.
someone.
And so it's just going to get turned off.
Okay.
And then once it's done, then I'll come back out and we'll turn it back on.
And it'll be a conversation between
Wow.
the two of you, and it'll be like the way law enforcement.
All right.
Anything else for me?
No.
I'm gonna go get him. Turn it off.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
Do you want me to
No,
do that?
it's fine. I just want to turn it off. It's not that I don't want to know anything.
What a
I just
moron.
Don't want it being like, I know that people are leaking information.
That's not going to happen. That doesn't do us any good. From El Paso,
Mm-hmm.
the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I've had this hard time with like trusting anybody. I actually was trying to reach out to the Barbara lady. You know Barbara?
Amber?
No, it's Barbara.
Who's Barbara?
She was like another, like an FBI lady. I was actually going to talk to her today.
Yes.
Okay. So apparently this recording runs 24/7, so it can't be turned off.
Okay.
But the other FBI agent Also, they have a protocol where there has to be another person for security.
I'm retarded.
Those are the choices we have. But we can move you to another room that's not being recorded if that's something that you want. Okay. But another FBI
But
agent
you'd
would
have
be
to
in
have
there.
another agent in the room.
Okay, is it someone you know? You know them all.
Yeah, unless they're from a different office, and even then, I've met most of the ones from Myrtle Beach.
Okay.
How could she be that gullible?
So they'll go set up a room someplace else. And then we'll do it. It'll be the 2 FBI agents and you and the recording speaker. Okay. Did she need you stuff? No.
It's pretty incredible.
It's not that I don't want them to have information. I want to be able to like really get your help and you tell me that what steps can we take or what steps can you take, I guess, because you said you have the ability to do resources or whatever.
We find people all over the world. I'm finding a guy right now who changed his identity and went to Russia.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, just so you know, if you look on the paper, I did look that up. Only because I was just wondering, like, if you could, because I wanted to know, like, if someone was whatever, how could you tell really quickly, to find them out?
Before we do all this stuff, I've never seen, and not to say it hasn't happened, someone take a kid and not ask for ransom, and the kid be okay.
No, I did. I sent into the FBI those messages that you guys had on my phone. Yes. Did you get those?
I think you sent it to the FBI.
Whatever that email address is, I think it's that Barbara or something. I want to tell you what the name is. I think it's Barbara. So like.
Barbara from the FBI.
Yeah, she has a 720 number, and I feel like her name is Barbara. And my friend Amy has been talking to her a lot.
Are you sure she's from the FBI?
Her friend Amy, who testified against her in court because Amy was just trying to get information from her and keep her talking. That Amy.
Where's your all 303?
No, this is a 720 number.
She's not FBI. Her name's Barbara.
Wow, I can tell you the number. It's in the other phone, but yeah, it's Barbara or something, and 720 is the first 3 digits.
Yeah. Well, she's not working this case because I would know. I'm the lead FBI agent.
Right. Yeah, I know.
How did you get in touch with Barbara?
My friend Amy. She called my friend Amy and was like asking questions because I guess originally people wanted to know if like Damon came like with me or something. And my friend Amy gave me the information, which was a 720 number. And anything I found, like the Snapchat, I sent over to this lady, like to whatever this number was, I sent to it.
It never made it to us.
So there's no one named Barbara.
Well, no, we have a Barbara. There's Barbara Kelleher, but she's not. She doesn't even work these sort of crimes.
Yeah, no, this is totally Barbara, and it's a 720 number, and if I had the other phone, I can tell you exactly what the number is. This would have been...
Oh my God, I don't care!
And then it happened February 5th, I think. So what happened was I got all the messages when I logged back in from my iCloud. I got all the messages that were like just sitting there. And so I took that message and I forwarded it to I sent it to people and I sent it to Albert. And I said, hey, I said, can you get someone to like look into this? I said, it could be just people, sending random messages, or it could be creepers, like people, whatever, being stupid, or it could be just in general, the actual person. And so no one ever said anything to me about it. Then I get the Snapchat. Okay, so that's
let me interrupt you for a second.
I love this guy.
There's an 11-year-old kid. Again, we have to go back there. 11-year-old kid, injuries in the house. Now we know that. Taken. And you don't come to law enforcement for 30
This was a law enforcement person.
No, there's no Barbara. I mean, how did you get in except through your friend? You had Amber from the FBI.
Right, but she said that she worked with the FBI and she was going to send information. She said that she worked with Amber. I swear to you, if you call Amy, you can get the number from her to find out what. what Barbara, who the Barbara lady was. And she was actually emailing her today.
But if you told them back then and you trusted them with that information,
this is why
why are you not today?
Because no one has helped. I tried since February 5th. The 5th. Today's March. That's why you see I had such a problem with trust. Is because
I was there when you were talking to Amber, though. That was your chance.
And to Amber.
Yeah, that's the legit FBI.
So then, is that what happened when I was talking to Amber? I got a message back from the attorney who said not to talk to you guys because you guys, A, weren't lead agency or something like that, and then B, not to say anything else unless he was present. That was when I was trying to talk to Amber.
But why wasn't that with Barbara then?
Because I gave it to my friend Amy, who had this relationship with Barbara, like trying to check on her.
See, and again, this sounds like a lot of your calls to where you're pointing fingers in different directions, but never giving specific things.
Right, I did.
Right now, I mean,
Trace the signal.
if Gannon is somewhere and you can get us there, and he sent proof of life or a picture of Gannon or whatever else, it makes no sense for some man to have an 11-year-old child.
It wasn't that. It was because we thought it was someone playing games. And if someone was playing games, we were trying to say that person would have been like obstructing or whatever. That was the whole point. Not somebody had him and they were like, here, come get. My point was it was that we thought it was someone, hey, here's someone playing games. Could you find out who this person is?
Yeah, but do you see where that's going? And all your talks with Al. Those are distractions. Those take up time.
Yeah.
And Gannon's over here. Somewhere.
Yeah.
And you were misleading law enforcement.
No, I didn't mislead them.
No. Well, you're misleading anybody who would report to us.
No, I didn't mislead any of them. Who did I mislead?
With all these other stories.
That was to Albert. I wasn't misleading law
enforcement. But you knew we were in the room.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have said stuff like that if I was trying to mislead. I was just being whatever to Albert because he was making me upset. That's all.
The dad of a kid is not finding his son.
Because I'm also the stepmother who helped him get the kids, and he wouldn't have gotten them without me. So yes, he wouldn't have.
You're willing to do that to Al, though.
No, I already had apologized to him, so that was awful to say that to him because of anger. I had already done that.
But before we kick this thing in motion about all this protection and whatever, why haven't you said one thing, though, today? How in the world would he suffer a head wound on Saturday that required...
I didn't say it was a head wound that required anything. I said the head thing you're talking about when I said something to Albert. I said the head thing you're talking about. That's what I said.
So the bike accident thing?
You already...
Like, you see what his technique is here. Now, he might be losing patience, right? Because, okay, we're looking at... I mean, there's... How much is left of this? I mean, there's close to another 2 hours left of this. And this guy, he might be losing patience, but I don't think that that's what he's doing. I think that he's being extremely strategic still at this point, because what he's doing now is he's using the tools that are what she has said, because the idea is to take what she's saying and use it against her, right? What you say can and will be used against you, but in a court of law. But here, in this case, what he's doing is he's letting her talk, and now he's starting to ask her questions that are closing in and causing her to suffocate just a little bit. And at this point, you can see she's starting to get frustrated. It's very interesting to see her right now because she's jumping at every time. She's getting really defensive at every single time he asks a very simple question, which is, why would you not tell this man? You're sitting here telling me that this man, your husband, you're saying certain things just because whatever, it's Al. But he's missing his son. Why wouldn't you just be straight and be cooperative in helping this man find his son, the stepson that you love so much, who wanted you wanted to make your own, right?
already trying a bike accident.
No, the head thing talking to Albert.
Never mind. I'll just wait until you are ready to talk to me with from beginning to the end, because I already said that is completely irrelevant to anything that what you're talking about. Completely irrelevant. I told Albert something else that was just stories, just to be whatever to him, and it was wrong, and I already had apologized.
So
to
the
Albert.
things that you told Albert were that he was feeling these burns. Was that happening?
I'm not going to answer any more questions because you're asking me about things, telling Albert I was upset. There was nothing happening that I was telling Albert. Nothing. It was literally just saying to Albert because I was upset for him not standing by me and was figuring this out. That had nothing to do with me wanting to purposely whatever or tell you guys anything. That was not what it was. It was even upset with Albert.
It's about her. It's about her. Always it reverts back to her. It's about Albert not being supportive of me. Blah, 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 blah. Well, interesting though is she's what she's doing is she's reacting. He caught her with a question that really triggered her and set her off, which was he basically questioned whether or not she cared about Albert, her own husband. Put her in a position. Audio check. Hold on a second. I don't think so. How is it now? It's good now? All right. He cornered her with a question that made her question whether or not she actually cared about Albert. Like one simple question that made her face the fact that she is completely selfish, doesn't give a fuck about Albert, and doesn't give a fuck about Gannon.
Let me go back to a kid missing is about as bad as it gets. I had a bank robbery 15 years ago to where she went in the bank, she robbed the bank, she got the money, she came back to the car, and drove away. Mm-hmm. She was prosecuted for that. There were guys in the car with guns. Mm-hmm. Okay. She could have gone into the bank, locked the stores, those guys are making deals. Right.
Yeah, that's not me. I mean, yeah, you guys got to understand that FBI interrogating people, they're not trying to win Grammys on sound. So, it's going to have some issues.
30-some days of Gannon missing, and you haven't talked to one law enforcement officer to say, I know where he is and he's safe.
I never did not try to talk to you guys. I never did not. No one ever, when I felt like I was getting like a completely like bam parted by El Paso, no one ever reached out to me from FBI to like have a conversation like you did. No.
I hear crackling, but not now.
No one ever did.
And you
I hear it when I play it.
It's not that I don't feel comfortable talking to them. I just feel like from point A to point B, they have taken this approach. And like you made even a comment about something about Palmer Lake and all this, about this.
Right.
Because that's the approach that they've taken, as if it's just a person who is not alive. And that bothers me because I don't want.
Well, we're actually the ones that told them that, and that's statistically true.
What? You statistically told them what?
From Gannon's age, mm-hmm. and from the amount of time that he's been missing, he is most likely dead.
But what I'm saying is, as a parent, is that maybe because you're like used to saying that.
See how she avoids the question? She just avoids it.
Or something, but is that something like as a parent
Calamity Jade, thank you so much. I'm not talking anymore now. You know, I'm truly an asshole, not stepmom of the year. It's different if we were on intimate walk on the beach. Exactly. That's exactly what she's thinking.
You would want to hear?
No, but would you rather hear a lie? Would you rather hear statistically he's probably alive? When it's about I would say less than 1% chance at this point.
But why?
Him being 11, they would have asked for something.
What do you mean, but why? Because we found all of his blood soaked through the carpet. What do you mean?
Happen without a demand or without being a parental deal?
Parental deal or a demand.
Yeah.
So you're saying that nothing else, nobody intervened there. Ever.
I've seen another time, and again, I've worked violent crime in Denver for 20 years, a little over. And I saw one kid wander down the street. He had autism, and this was up in Brighton. And a guy took him in the house. He had him for a day. The guy was mentally disabled as well. So we had two things happening at once. We had a kid with autism who just started wandering. And then we had a developmentally delayed adult who was just playing video games with him for 24 hours. But we ended up, the public said, there. And I remember knocking on the door. He had made little blankets for the kid in there. The kid was playing video games and nothing bad had happened.
Right.
That's the exception. I've been to where kids have been dismembered, 10-year-olds.
That's awful.
And from the blood in the house, that's what I'm thinking happened. I'm not saying he just got dismembered in the house, but there's enough blood in there that we don't think he survived.
How could you have possibly say that when you clearly see Gannon walking, leaving on Monday? See, that's
because we think it happened afterwards, you jackass. And the fact is, I mean, I honestly think that she's also trying to kind of she wants to know what they know. She keeps fishing for information from him because it helps it helps give her building blocks for her lies.
No, leaving on Monday at 10, yes.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Walking. Okay.
But he comes back.
Walking.
Correct.
Yeah, she's not like, oh my God. I mean, I can't believe all that blood was found. Jesus Christ, what the hell happened? She's not doing that at all. She's in, you think it was me, prove it mode. That's where she's at. And it's making these people just go, okay, well, we know you're guilty. We're just going to prove it then. And they are. She doesn't realize that. I mean, a part of her realizes it, but she thinks it's more of a stage for herself. But a part of her realizes, or most of her fails to realize that she is in a position right now to where they're just trying to collect more evidence and use more shit against her, which is still mind-blowing to me that she has not lawyered up. He's already explained to her what kind of evidence they have. He's explained enough to her as far as the evidence goes. He's explained enough to her to where she should be worried. At that point, I mean, if I was definitely guilty and this guy goes, we have this much blood, we have that, and shows, and then we've got your Google searches, this looks bad. I'm going to be like, I need a lawyer. I need a fucking lawyer. She's more worried about the stage. This is a stage for her. This is a big game as far as she's concerned.
Okay, walking.
Not walking well.
Totally fine. Stomach hurts. Walk with this. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, but he's back at 2.
Back at 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If that's what you say, then this whole thing is like even pointless to even say anything, because if you're saying it back at you. But then you're also saying something about going legs and here and there and whatever, and it's like none of it is even making sense. It doesn't even make sense.
So between the two Petco trips is when he disappeared then.
It doesn't make sense to me
Letecia.
to say.
So let me tell you. I've been working for 14 years with a guy named Scott Kimball. He's our informant that went around killing the girls. Do you remember me telling you about him before?
Oh, yeah.
When we first started.
Yeah.
Not our best day, because I have dads out there who still wonder if their daughters are alive. Scott taught me one thing very well. There's only two people that can tell a story when someone either goes missing. Because one of these girls, Jennifer,
all right,
she's still missing, like I said.
You got to take a little pause break here, folks. I just got a message that hold on. This is crazy. So this is what happens when I click on No Thanks Investigates' videos. So it says here the video no longer is available because the YouTube account associated with this video has been terminated. So No Thanks Investigates got taken down. Dougie's gone. Sorry, we interrupt this interrogation to bring you this YouTube special report. I'm telling you, man, look, we're going to get back to the interrogation in a minute, but I mean, people, you know, I tried to tell you, Doug, if you're watching, I tried to tell you all, you keep fucking around, you keep fucking with people, spreading misinformation, doing what you do, trash talking people and calling TBI and I mean, that's the kind of shit that gets you booted off of YouTube. YouTube does not want to be partnered with people like this. Simple. No, I don't think he has an alt channel, but I don't know if it's, but yeah, I mean, yeah, this is all of them, dude. I mean, that's it. That's what happens when I click on his channel. This account has been terminated for violation of YouTube's terms of service. It says it plain as day right there. This account has been terminated for a violation of YouTube's terms of service. I mean, it's just a matter of time before it happens to JLR. With BHB, she's not so outright like this guy is. Like we see it, you know what I mean? But she has a better way. She's still kind of, you know, whatever, but she has a better way of keeping up appearances, more or less. But this dude, it was just a matter of time before this dude had it coming. So there you go. Another one bites the dust, folks.
we're pretty sure she's dead because it's been 14 years since anybody's seen her. But Scott told me, John, only two people can testify to what happened between me and Jennifer. And that's me, and that's Jennifer. Right. And you're never going to find her.
He said that to you?
He did.
Wow.
So I've got to answer to his dad for the rest of my life. And I'll probably be answering to his dad after I retire because Dad has my cell phone. Dad calls me on her birthday, on the day she went missing, on Father's Day.
How was he able to say that to you?
Because he's like, there's no other witnesses. So when I take a guess, and that's a guess that he came back home, that's because people that looked on the video said he probably did, or, I don't have the information you have. And I hear you do that to Al by saying, oh, so that's what you think. Well, none of us know. You know.
Because I have to be that way. If I don't be that way, then no one's going to help me. I didn't hurt Gannon. I didn't.
That's fine, but
me.
But now you're the only one who was with me.
But I didn't hurt Gannon.
But how are you going to get past these charges without help? How does that work?
Without help?
Without you telling me. Like, again, it'd be like I told you the story about Jennifer. If somebody knew where Jennifer was, and they're not telling me or Bob Markham, the dad.
I didn't say I knew where Gannon was.
You said you know he's okay.
No, I said as a parent, I'm never going to sit here and look at you and say, he's not okay. That's not what I'm going to do because I didn't do this. So why would I look at you and say that? Like I'm dead looking at you in the eye saying, I would never as a parent say that. No way could I ever say that. Because I love Gannon. I did not hurt Gannon. Okay.
I told you where most of these happen. They happen in the house with parents who love their kids.
I get what you're saying. Okay. I understand. I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate all the work and time and dedication you put into all of these things to have those statistics. But I am not the one.
But then if you're not the one, you're going. So do you know what happens from here?
What?
You go to a local holding cell.
Okay.
They hold you for 24 hours up to 2 weeks until you get extradited back to Colorado.
Okay.
You're in jail, Letecia.
Yeah, you're not getting out.
And unless you tell me that somebody else did this, you're the only one that did it.
No, I didn't do it.
But I'm telling you.
But I didn't.
But that's what would be horrible. Is if someone else did this and you're going to let them skate because you're scared?
Not letting someone skate.
What could you possibly be scared of at this point?
I'm not letting. Do you think I would sit here and let someone skate if I could take you directly to the person right now? Why do you think I would need resources?
You don't need resources. Right now, what you need is that if someone took my son, and I know who it is, am I going to go to jail for the rest of my life because someone else took my son?
No, absolutely not.
No, and would I be afraid of my own protection going to jail when I could be free and that person could go to jail? That
but she just sit there. Even if I walked you to a person, she just sit there.
No. Hell no. No. I refuse. No.
If I'm in your position, it makes no sense.
Right.
Well, what could you be scared of at this point? Reprisals?
No. The fact that you don't have. Apparently, you would have found some of this already if you would have had the resources. That's what scares me.
Found some of what?
Anything that would have led you to think whatever.
No, that doesn't make sense. Again.
No. We're not doing this, lady.
What are you saying,
John.
John.
Starts with a J, that's fine.
Sorry.
I'm not offended. Letecia, your story makes no sense. And what it goes back to now is that you can't take responsibility for what happened to Gannon.
I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
You can't insert someone else in here unless you're going to tell me who it is.
Hey, I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
That's fine. But then you would tell me who it is if
didn't
it's someone
do anything to Gannon, sir.
Did he do it to himself?
Okay. I didn't do anything to
I'm not asking you if you did. I'm asking did Gannon do it to himself?
Do what to himself?
The head injury, the neck injury, whatever that was that caused that pool of blood down by the bottom of its bed. You know that the sheets and all that stuff, the blood seeps down in.
And what now?
The blood seeped down through that corner.
sheets?
Through the sheets into the mattress.
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
You cleaned it up off the wall.
So wait.
There's. Do you know where the head of his bed was?
I don't know anything about blood and sheets. Okay, I did not take any sheets and clean up.
You told Al on the phone you cleaned up the wall.
Yep. You told Al on the phone that you cleaned the wall. We all heard it.
FBI, open up!
Okay, Letecia, for your request, I'm just going to leave that recorder in there. We're going to a room that doesn't record. Are you sure you don't need to go to the restroom?
Okay.
Bring this in case I'm going to see that. Do you need anything to eat? Take your water with you just in case, please. Okay.
This guy's all business, dude. Do you need anything to eat? This guy is like a machine. He's not completely and total, no emotion at all. He's just like, by the book. Do you need anything to eat? Take your water with you just in case, please. Like, I love this guy.
I think it's straight.
So there's about an hour and a half left of this. And we are going to go over it. There is about an hour and a half left of this, and they're leaving the room to go to a room that's not recording. Think about that for a second. I think that the next hour and a half that takes place here is going to take place in a different room that's recording, because we're going to be watching and listening to it.
Does she want some water or anything? Does she want something to eat? The bathroom's over here. You all right? So for this, look at the district attorneys and stuff. For this protection thing with Angel, we have to know last name, all that stuff, how you met her. I mean, I know you say that app and whatever, but how else do we identify Angel?
I mean, I probably could just reach out, like, using Snapchat and stuff like that.
Can you describe her?
Yeah.
What does she look like?
So she actually kind of looks a lot like me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like almost like, you know, so she's definitely unique.
So where all have you met her?
She came to our house.
When did she come to your house?
I wonder why. I wonder why they didn't go to a different room. That's kind of weird. Weren't they supposed to go to a different room?
Somewhere around September, so whatever that she babysat.
That's what I'm thinking.
And who else did she babysit?
Like what?
Uh-huh.
Both kids.
Okay.
We had a bunch of it. We had people.
Is it a different room? It just looks like the same room. That's all.
Came over for Thanksgiving. I helped babysit. So we had quite a few people that would help here and there. It was the main babysitter.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so what happened was he took her out of the room. Makes sense. They took her out of the room. She had her little emotional conversation in private with him where she flirted with him and tried to talk him into going away with her. And then they came back into this room to get more conversation recorded. So that's got to be what happened.
So these messages that are coming through to your phone, the, threats or whatever they are they coming from her?
So you can get on a VPN network or something like that. You could probably reach out to Snapchat. But the last Snapchat name that I have for hers.
What is her Snapchat name?
I would need to have my phone.
But do you remember? Did it have her name in it? Was it at numbers?
That's why I asked for help, but he's not willing to help, so. He's not willing to help.
So, to take you back what we talked about, that
Sir, if I'm not going to get any help, then I would just have to get help. Otherwise, I trusted you to talk to you.
well, we went in there.
I know.
And I don't know, Letecia, if it's just the way you're used to communicating over a long period of time, but when you're asked a question, you don't really answer. You kind of go in a little circle. So if I said when I said where did you guys see Gannon, and then you said, well, I was supposed to drop off, Yeah. So we're just used to asking you a question and then you tell us an answer, and it's just
I just don't. I've always said talk and whatever, just because it's how I talk.
So that's just how you've always done for the last 5-10 years.
I mean, most of the time, it's nothing personal or anyone. I knew nobody was going to help me, so it's
it's going to look bad.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it's going to look like I was doing these bad things with people.
No, it's not even going to look like that.
Yeah.
Here's what it's going to look like: is that you were the last one with Gannon. Nothing on this angel thing we can't authenticate any of that. When you say it's all off camera, like with the black Impala in the parking lot, we have cameras for that whole place, and we don't see you meet with anybody.
Well, can you show me that so that I can show you what direction?
But you would know where it is. Where did you meet?
What direction? Because I'm not from Colorado, so can I show you on camera or the video that you're talking about? What direction? Where it would be at? Then maybe you could pull if you wanted to pull a camera off of another place. I mean, because there's lots of places you could have pulled a camera off of. That's all I'm asking for. I mean, that's offering help.
Yeah, it's help, but Gannon goes into this car. I mean, this is a person that you trust.
I do. Right? That's the thing. Why am I supposed to do it?
So then why would you go home and say that he's here, that he's now gone away, that you're leading?
I never said he was here now gone away.
Well, that he was at the house. Yeah, but do you see where I'm going with that? Why would you make up that story to law enforcement?
What story?
That he was going to a friend's house.
Because her nephew was a friend. I mean, I don't understand how that's a problem.
Angel's nephew was a friend. Oh, that's right, that they had played together. But did she live in your area?
Yes.
Where did she live?
Again, I'm constantly, stuff will come through, and it will be people spinning stuff, saying stuff.
But the people, are they different people from Angel? I mean, are they acting on her behalf? Because that doesn't sound like a friend to me.
Obviously, if they're not helping.
I don't think it is for this guy. I feel like this guy is a natural FBI agent. I feel like he was born to be an FBI agent. Everything about this guy's credentials, his mannerisms, just the way he carries himself.
But how do you think that makes someone look? Trusting people. You see, doesn't that make someone look like they're irresponsible? Not trusting people, trusting someone.
Do you know who tells the story from here on out? Your story?
I asked for help.
But do you know who tells the story? How this works out from here?
Could have taken you to do a lot of things. You could watch me on my phone do a lot of things.
There is an Angel. Well, just like we found Quincy Brown right away, we can find Angel. But if there's not an Angel, that's the last story you're going to tell law enforcement about Gannon.
Sure.
Well, but I mean, we'll get your warrants for that threes thing.
Boom. Like, he's letting her know. I mean, look at her face. You understand that the buck stops here. This is it. You don't get to play any more fucking games. After this, we're locking your ass up. And they're only entertaining this because she's saying Gannon is alive. Because you can't even take that one little minute chance that Gannon could still be alive and you dropped the ball and you didn't go and help him and then he died after you could have saved him. You being law enforcement. So they're only entertaining this for that reason, and that's it. Well, that and the reason for when they get to court, they could say we exhausted every effort to find Gannon. We gave her every opportunity to help us find Gannon. But he's letting her know this is it. If there is no angel, an angel had nothing to do with this, nobody's going to listen to a fucking thing you have to say moving forward. We're going to throw you in a cell, and you're going to wait for trial, and then you're going to go to prison.
Saying whatever else, we'll go interview this angel, and if it's like what I think Quincy Brown is,
Okay.
then Angel's just
And you're
going
not trying to help me.
I will help.
Okay. Well, I tried. I tried to get your help. When I gave you the rawest information, I tried to get help.
See, she's already letting him know. She's already letting him know that that's it. That you know, Angel's no good. Because he's telling her, yeah, if there is no angel, we're done. And then she's like, well, you're not trying to help me. Meaning, like, I should be allowed to give you 100 false names if I want to. It's crazy. Her logic here. It's bizarre.
How is that?
I help him if I can. That's how.
Like, she's letting him know that Angel's bullshit.
Leaving.
But
did just like they did.
I'm happy to chase down anything you tell me to.
You did just like they did.
Letecia, and I can. I said, I think that Al.
Now she's just going to break down like a child.
He's gone to Alaska for so long.
She's going to pout.
And then he's on this trip, and you're left raising Gannon, and something bad happens. I don't know if it's your fault or Gannon's. It doesn't really matter. And you panic. And you ask, was I the person talking for Al? Yes, I was. But I think the closest you came was talking about his head injury. And then, because you asked Al,
I would have, like...
No, if someone took your son, you would have called.
I did call.
You did not call the police.
Yes, I did. I called the police.
Petco, right when he was taken.
No, that's not taken. He was supposed to be playing. As soon as he wasn't home, I did.
But you were supposed to meet her, what, the next morning?
No, I called immediately. When at 6 o'clock, at the time he was supposed to be home, I called the police. I did.
And then what did you tell them?
You already know what I told them.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't? Yes.
Because I told you, I have talked to a lot of people that are sitting in the same chair you are right now, and I've seen them, and I'm sorry if it offends you if I say story, but that's the only way you're coping with this right now.
Coping?
Yes.
Yeah.
We all cope.
Okay. Sure. I did hurt Gannon, okay.
I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that you're unwilling to come to the truth.
Okay. Well,
because it's going to be painful.
I gave you the truth. I didn't hurt Gannon. That's the truth.
So the last truth you want to tell me,
I'm
just to make
sure,
anything
else, sir.
Is the angel story.
I'm not going to say anything else, sir, because you didn't help me.
I will help you if you will tell me one concrete way to find Gannon. So,
okay.
Letecia.
You're not trying to help me, sir.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. You're not trying to help me, sir.
You can be a hero here. You can.
I'm far from a hero.
But you can be
because I'm
one.
A parent.
You're a parent
who not hurt a child.
You're a parent who was left behind to deal with a stepson.
No, it wasn't. He wasn't a problem.
No, it's a problem when something like this happens in the house.
It was not a problem to take care of our children.
Then what happened?
That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. Like, for you to say that to someone, it's hurtful. That's what's hurtful. It's not a problem to take care of children.
It's not a problem to take care of children, but bad things happen in the house all the time.
And how? No.
Yes.
No, sir. I mean, John, no. No.
Do you want me to walk through where all the blood was, or do you know it already?
Listen, sir, I don't. I know for a fact that I did not hurt him.
How does the bottom of your shoe have
And
Gannon's
as
blood
long
on it?
as I can live with that and know that God knows I did not hurt Gannon, then I'm okay with that.
Well, you can convince yourself of that all day.
Okay.
Right.
But
Sir, that's not helping me, sir.
Nobody gives a
is there
fuck
way
about
for
helping
me to
you.
help you? Even if
Okay.
you're trying to convince yourself it didn't happen,
Okay.
is there some way for you to say through a third party?
Sure. Whatever you say, sir. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, but I did not hurt him. Did not.
Then you won't tell me who did.
Would not.
All that blood would not be in the house if Angel just
I
met
would.
him at a pet shop.
You're like, that's far beyond what you're even talking about.
What is far beyond?
There's like many of times we've had blood in our house.
Do you remember the spray that was on the wall?
I mean, goodness gracious.
I've seen the markers from the spray. The spray went from the bed all the way up here. Well, you had to clean it up.
Smear?
No, it's not a smear.
All right, whatever, sir.
It's a spray.
All right, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. Spray. I don't know what that means.
It's called spatter.
I don't know anything about that.
So
Okay.
it comes from aspirated. You're going to hear all this anyway, so I'll tell you.
Sir, that's
It comes
fine.
from aspirated blood.
Okay.
You're gonna
You
hear
know
this
what
shit
that means?
in court.
It means that he didn't accidentally do it.
Okay. Okay. Whatever, sir.
So that's what we were waiting on for the warrants, because somebody struck Gannon in the bed.
No. If
No?
someone struck Gannon in the bed,
That's
then
what happened.
God, we were all drugged. Then, if that's what you're saying happened,
That's what the blood
God,
shows.
we were all drugged.
Well, then can you tell me how that blood got on the wall?
Sir.
That's Gannon's blood on the wall.
Okay, well, I guess, sir, if you think you have all the answers, then
You're making me guess.
I'm not.
You've got the answers.
I'm not
for
making
Keisha.
you guess, sir. I'm going to be respectful to you.
Let's
Because
see,
you offered to help me, you didn't help me, so I'm just going to sit here.
But it doesn't work like it does on TV.
Wow.
Have you ever watched Criminal Minds or Profilers?
I don't watch any of that stuff because I don't do bad things to people.
No. Good people watch those shows.
But I don't do any of that. I don't do bad things to people.
All I was going to say is it's not like on TV. If someone presents us with evidence, then we just follow the evidence.
Okay.
Right now, you're the last person with
Okay.
Gannon.
Then I don't do bad things to people. I don't.
I don't think you do bad things to people.
I don't do bad things to anyone, and I didn't do anything bad to Gannon.
I think something bad happened to Gannon, and I don't know of a way to get you to tell me about it.
Okay.
I tried through Al to get you to tell me about it. We've tried here.
Okay.
You came, and I think you have a defense mechanism. And I think your defense mechanism was you need to go into another room. You tell us.
No,
what
that
happened
was
with
not
Angel.
no defense mechanism. I trusted you to talk to you because I thought you would
If you
help.
trusted me to talk to me, you would tell me where Gannon is right now.
I don't know where Gannon is.
You do. You know where he last was, and it wasn't at the
Okay.
Petco.
Okay, then. Whatever
But see, you can't make me guess. That's not
I'm
fair to me.
Why would I keep
Not fair to
talking
Gannon.
if you're not going to help me?
You tell me how to help you.
I already did. I already did tell you. I told you how you could help, and you.
Nobody holds a kid like that.
Okay, if that's what you think.
No, I'm just saying,
Okay.
if the
Sir.
sun comes up in the morning, it goes down at night every day. We have
Sir.
worked hundreds of these
If
things.
that's what you think, okay. Me talking to you is not going to do anything else because all you're going to do is go think that you're going to get me to say something that I did that I didn't do
That is not what I
because
want.
I did not do anything to Gannon. Why would I hurt our child? I had everything in the world. Why? I have no motive. None. Don't have the first motive. everything I wanted in my life. I had it. Why?
Wow. So here she is acknowledging the fact that she had everything in life that she wanted. She's acknowledging that fact. She's even challenging them, saying, you don't even have a motive. What's the motive? Why did I do it? She's aware of the fact that she did it for no fucking reason. She's aware that she did it because she's a piece of shit. Because the evidence dictates that she did it, and she did it extremely, extremely excessively, to put it nicely. And she's even saying, why would I do that? I had everything in life that I wanted. Why would I do that?
Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense a lot of the time what happens inside of a house.
Exactly.
Sir, I don't even know what you're talking about. All I can tell you is, I did not have Gannon. I have no reason to. In fact, to go on the record, I had a way better relationship with Gannon than I did with Lena. Way better. Because we were so much alike. We always like the same things. We always have problems with our stomach. We always do all these things.
Do you know that there's almost a correlation sometimes between how much you get along with someone and how?
And there's so much evidence to indicate that she planned it. There's so much evidence to indicate it. You've got the Google searches. I mean, and it's mostly the Google searches. But she absolutely planned it. She didn't plan it well. And I don't think that she actually planned it. I think that she always in her mind was like, at some point, I'm going to kill this boy. She just didn't know when she was going to do it. And she didn't know necessarily how she was going to do it. But she absolutely had every intention, I believe, of murdering this boy. And does his leg look strange? What? I mean, I don't think so. I think he's just stretching his leg out. And he's got high waters and he's got black socks on.
Things happen in the house. I'm telling you that, Keisha.
I don't. Well, maybe bad things happen in your house.
They happen in the house a lot more than they do out in public.
Maybe bad things happen in your house. But
would it help if we showed you pictures of what we saw on the wall and by the bed?
Sir.
When you say nothing bad happened, you can't get around. Yes, Al, but we did not show Al that on purpose. He had to come get stuff out of the house. Mm-hmm. And he looked and saw the blood pool was about this big on the concrete.
Okay. And
that is not from a little gash like that.
Okay, and then what? And then you showed this to him, or how did he see this?
He had to come get stuff out of the house. I wasn't even there that day.
After you allowed people to stay in this house for a week.
I did not allow anybody to do anything.
Someone did.
Okay, well, that's not my call.
Okay. So
what I'm saying, though, is the wounds that you're describing to him, even when you're saying it doesn't...
Sir, I'm going to tell you now.
When you say the head thing was Saturday...
What I'm going to tell you now is people were inside of a home living, and it was not me. So maybe you can talk to whoever allowed people to live in the home, okay? Whatever you're saying that was done extra or whatever, maybe you can talk to those people who were allowed to stay in a home during this supposedly, okay? That's what
Dude, lady, you know that they have DNA, right? They can test Gannon's DNA. They could test Gannon's DNA against Al's DNA or Landon's or both. They can absolutely test the DNA to conclude that it's Gannon. They could test that blood that they found. And she knows this, but she's sitting here trying to, she's so cornered at this point. She's reaching and she's trying to say now, talk to whoever lived in the house before we did. Talk to the owner of the house and see who she rented the house to before us. That's what she's trying to do. And it's crazy that she doesn't realize that all of her lies are making her look worse and worse and worse and worse. At no point does she lawyer up. It's so strange. Like, no matter how many times this guy right here just goes, what you're saying doesn't make sense because you told me this 5 minutes ago. What you're saying doesn't make sense because I heard you say this to Al on the phone. Oh, but that's just me talking to Al, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, you don't think it's important that you cooperate with the father of this child, who's supposedly your husband, the person that you love more than anybody in the world? It's fascinating that this person, a grown-up, can sit here and do this and be as stubborn as she is doing it.
I think maybe you can talk to people who were.
You're saying that the injury to Gannon happened.
I'm not saying anything except I know you're telling me this stuff. You're saying this about how bad these were and these things were. All I can tell you is maybe you can talk to the people that were allowed to stay in the home during this time.
Oh, okay.
During this time that you have this.
Okay, so what she's implying, actually, let me rephrase. What she's implying actually right now is she's trying to say that she was framed by Landon because she was kicked out of the house before that evidence was collected. She was kicked out of the house by Al because Landon is there, and now Landon is staying there. So now there's this conspiracy between Landon and Al. There's this conspiracy between the two of them to frame her for Gannon's murder, even though Landon wasn't in town, Al wasn't in town. So, how could they have planted Gannon's blood and all of that blood unless they did it?
Supposed evidence, people that were allowed to stay in the home and people that were allowed to walk in and out to see it, supposedly. Okay?
So Gannon was in, all these wounds happened after he went.
I'm not saying anything other than, sir, you are telling me, you just said you're on record and telling me that Albert went inside somewhere that you were supposed to have as a supposed crime scene.
I wasn't there for that. If you want to get an answer for you about who was with him.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying for you as a professional, you would have allowed that, supposedly?
If he has to go get stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
as long as the scene had been processed.
Okay, processed, sure. Okay. I'm sure that's how.
Not do that?
I'm sure that's how it works in this country. Doesn't it sound a little bit weird to you?
If the scene has been processed,
okay.
No. I had a girl that was burned alive in a house in Baylor.
The scene was processed supposedly when people were still there day 1, day 2, day 3, and the scene was processed. Day 4, day 5, day 6, and the scene was processed.
You're saying that people were going in and out of the house, civilians, while they were processing the scene.
I'm asking you that because apparently you said the scene was processed, and then you want me to talk to you when I know
this is the saddest display of deflection I've ever seen.
How shady that whole situation is, and you want me to give you answers for how shady that is. So you need to tell me in the scene that was processed, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, there was nobody going in and out. There was people living there.
Right.
Okay.
When they thought Gannon was still alive.
Okay. Living there. Okay. But you're saying the scene is processed because not you, but people surely were there. It's all on camera that there was crime scene people there while people were living there.
Of course, because they didn't know the severity of the scene. They just thought Gannon was ran away, like you said,
Okay.
to go see a
So
neighbor.
the point is, how am I supposed to put my trust and faith in any bit of the system like that when that was going on? How?
So you're trying to put faith in the system.
No,
Where you
no,
gave
I'm
them
talking to
misleading
you. I'm
information.
talking to you. I'm saying
If you would have told police the very first night that he was taken forcibly, everything would have been different.
That's not forcibly. Okay? I said exactly what I said, which was he didn't come back at 6 o'clock.
If you would have said other people have him and they should not have him, it would have been different. You controlled the way that law enforcement
Wait a
responded.
minute. So
I did.
Okay, so what he's saying here, this is just really crazy how she's trying to, like, I mean, you could see her defensiveness. I mean, just look at her right there. She's looking away. She won't make eye contact anymore. She got shut down when she tried to come on to him in private. She got shut down. So now her confidence is shot. She's just pissed off. She's pouting. And he's saying, because we watched the body cam footage the other night, right? And that very first night, with that body cam footage, she could have told the police that Eduardo took him, and things would have went a lot different if she had told the police that he was forcibly taken, because she's sticking to that story, that he was forcibly taken. Then it would have been great. They'd have more leads. Her story would be more plausible. But she's sitting here trying to deflect and say, well, I didn't say that. I said that he was supposed to be back by 6 o'clock. Yeah, that's what you told the cops that night. That's not what he's saying. You're trying to act like you didn't tell the cops later on, the detectives, Detective Bethel, that Eduardo had, well, she didn't tell Detective Bethel. She told Detective Bethel's colleague that a guy named Eduardo came into the house because she gave him the garage door opener or the garage door code in order to come in and fix the carpet because Gannon had burned it. And then when he got there, he forced himself on her. She blacked out twice, threw Gannon off of his back because Gannon was the big hero in that situation, because God forbid she makes Gannon look bad in that, because it makes her look more guilty. So she makes Gannon out to be the big hero in that scenario, and he jumped all over his back, and then he threw Gannon, and then took the gun from the house for apparently no reason at all, and then left the gun. And then she put the gun back where it was in the first place.
I did. So now it's my fault that they
by you saying he's walking over to play with a friend.
Had people in there doing a supposed crime scene, and now you have all this stuff after you let people live there. And now you want to look at me and say something. Sir, I did not hurt Gannon. Okay?
Okay, well, who did?
Did not.
Who did?
Did not. Just like all of the other things.
Why are you telling me you did not? I don't care if you did or not.
I'm just telling you. Yes, you do care.
No, I don't.
Your father, you would care.
I care about Gannon. I don't care if you did it or not.
Sir, I didn't. Okay.
But you're saying you did it, but that doesn't help us find you.
Okay, well, I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I would not. No motive. No reason.
I'm not asking you about
to
motive
hurt
or reason.
our child. No reason.
Who did?
See what I mean?
No reason.
She's playing a game. In her mind, it's a game of who's smarter. She's using words like motive. She's using words like burden of proof. You know, she's in her mind, she's playing a game of who's smarter. She doesn't care anything about it. She's barely interested in self-preservation at this point. To her, it's just about being stubborn. I'm going to wear him down before he wears me down. That's what's going on here.
Why would you give us stories that
I'm
go
not,
in other
okay,
directions?
I'm not, sir. You're not going to help me. You proved you were not going to help me.
If you give us a story
Okay.
with no leads,
Okay, well, you proved you were not going to help me, so you did too.
what do you want me to do, Letecia, before we leave? You tell me what to do and I'll do it. And then when I'm wrong, you say, oh, so is that it? So he came back home at 2 because he's not on camera?
I'm not testing at all.
You do. And you win every time because you're the
I'm
only
not
one who
trying to
knows.
win. I don't want to win. This is not about winning, sir.
You're the only one who knows.
This is not about winning. Not winning. I have no motive to hurt our child.
I'm not saying you do.
None. None at all.
But you're the last person on him. If you give me another name, I will chase that person. You've tried Eduardo in the house. You tried Quincy Brown up in the mountains. Now you've tried Angel.
I never say that about the mountains.
Yes, you did. You're supposed to ride a bike
Oh,
up
yeah.
there in the mountains with Quincy Brown. But
I never told you that.
you said you knew I was
What
in the room.
fucking difference does it make who you
I
told?
didn't know you. I don't even know who you were.
FBI.
Never know who you were. I didn't never say FBI either. That's not what I said.
Law enforcement.
No, I said I know someone is listening.
That's got to be us.
Okay. No, it could have been anybody.
That's fine. I don't need to argue that with you.
Exactly. There's no point of arguing that. You're not going to help me, so.
I think you could control this story by.
Always control it, sir.
Well, you are
Nothing but
concerned about what other
respectful to
people
you.
think.
I've been completely respectful to you, and I have talked to you. I've been respectful
Yeah,
to you.
see, like he's done fucking placating her. He's done pampering her. He's done fucking, coddling her. He wants answers now. He's like, the lies are done. You've been lying and lying and lying.
You, been kind to you. I did all those things to you because that's who I am. So I was raised. Wasn't raised to be bad to people.
I don't think you're a bad person, but I think bad things happen all the time. I've seen them.
Why bad things have to happen?
Because an 11-year-old boy is not home and he's not hanging out with somebody.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'm glad that you think something so bad happens all the time. I'm sorry that you have to have this shield up of nothing but no compassion and all that. I'm sorry for that. I really am. But I have no reason, none, to hurt anyone in my family. None.
Can you tell me why there's blood on the bottom of your shoes?
Out of the what shoes?
The shoes they recovered in the garage.
In the garage?
Or in the top of the washer or something.
People weren't. Did you think I didn't walk around in shoes?
With Gannon's blood on the bottom?
What has that got to do with anything? I've already told you. We were outside unloading stuff. What has that got to do with anything? We were outside unloading my car. I mean, come on. That doesn't mean somebody's this bad person and done something wrong. That doesn't mean that, sir. At all. Nothing like that. To hurt Gannon, innocent, loving, help me out more than any person in the household. More than Albert. More than anyone. Help me.
I'm not saying Gannon's a bad kid.
No, help me. Do you know how much you'd be helping me? With everything, pulling everybody else's slack. Who did it? Gannon.
Yeah, and I think that's why this is so hard.
No, it's not. You're right. It's hard, you're right. It's hard because I didn't hurt Gannon. That's why it's hard. To not have him help.
It's so infuriating because she's now also admitting, not only has she admitted that Gannon has never even gotten angry with her, he's never even expressed any anger towards her. Not only has she admitted that he's incapable of confrontation because he's not a confrontational person. He's just a loving, caring kid. Not only has she admitted those things, but she's also admitting now that he helped her around the house more than anybody. More than anybody.
Helping me, that is hard too. Very hard. No knowing that right now, sitting at home, Gannon knowing the situation, you know what Gannon would do? He would wait on me anything I would ask him just to make sure I was okay. Anything.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Oh, he would. Before even Albert would even do it, he would. If he was sitting here right now and needed anything from me to ask him to do anything, he would do it. So there's no intention, motive, reasoning, nothing for Gannon. Nothing to hurt him in any kind of way. None. Nada.
No, you did say on the
except for one motive. The one motive is that you're a fucking evil, shitty, fucked up person who thinks the world owes you everything. That's the motive that's clearly apparent.
The phone calls, there was no premeditation involved. You said
I was saying to Albert, like if you're talking about when Albert was asking me that, I was simply saying, because you were trying to get him, or whoever was trying to get him to walk me down some pathway of whatever it may be, whatever that may be. Come on, sir. I didn't wake up and be like, oh, my life changed today. That's not how it works in life. Bad people, whether you say do this or do that or do that or do this, they just do bad things to people.
Dude, if I was 11 and I lived with that bitch, I would be terrified of her, dude. I would be fucking terrified of her.
It's not necessarily true.
Okay, well,
I told you good people do bad things. I've seen it.
Are you a good person?
Yes.
And you do bad things?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
But
this dude's like, yep. Nope.
If you had any key to telling us where Gannon is, you would tell it to us if you were a good person. Would you not? And so
doesn't matter what I say.
But that's been, you look at the totality of all of what you've told social media, all of what you told Al.
First of all,
it's all about
social media had nothing to even do with me half the time. Only the person I ever talked to was the crime online lady. That's the people that I talked to. Social media was like a crap show.
Yeah, but you've got on under other names.
No, I've had people sitting beside me, people who were near me, people that were are my friends and family trying to defend me. Okay, but I have completely been trying not to have another miscarriage. Trying not to. So no. Yeah, people wanted to help me, but it's not about social media, people telling stuff. Yeah, if someone says something on social media, yeah, I went and looked up. People started saying stuff about this or that. Yeah, I went and looked it up because I wanted to know what they were talking about or the questions that they were saying or information or all these things. Yes.
Your argument isn't going to work, Letecia.
Argument about what?
Your argument that somebody took him. You're not going to be able to tell that story.
Okay.
If you help us today find out where Gannon is, if you could, because I have 100% confidence that you can tell me exactly where you last left Gannon.
Okay.
Yep.
Now you're accusing me.
I'm just telling you what the research shows, what our investigation shows.
Absolutely. Yep. Like, this guy's not fucking around anymore. He's like, at this point, he's like, I am 100% certain that you know exactly where you left Gannon. You could tell me exactly where you left Gannon. And she said, you're accusing me. Yeah, fucking accusing you. Absolutely fucking accusing you.
Listen. You have research done.
So. It will look much better for you.
I didn't do anything. So what do you want me to look better at? I didn't do anything.
Are you going to tell me right now that the last place you saw Gannon is really him getting into an Impala?
Sir, I'm not going to say anything because you're not trying to help me.
Finding Gannon would help you.
Oh, yeah, I know. Don't you think that?
Then tell me.
Don't you think that? Don't you?
I know it.
Really don't think that?
So tell me where he is and let me help you.
I don't know where he is.
Where did you last see him?
I'm not, sir. I'm not. You proved that you were not going to help me. Okay, you did. You proved you were not going to help me.
If you tell me where you last saw him, I can help you. I promise you that, Letecia.
I don't get it. Then her Gannon. I mean, I don't know how to like write that out, say it in 10 different languages.
See, this guy just wants to bring closure to Alan Landon. You know, he wants, and the thing is she would have never, ever given up Gannon's location. Remember, by the grace of God, man, by sheer luck, whatever you want to call it, they were doing bridge inspections in Florida, thousands of miles away from Colorado. Excuse me, sorry, I've been having sneezing fits. But thousands away from Colorado, and you have this bridge inspection that takes place once every 2 years. And they just so happened to be inspecting that bridge. This guy was down there in diver's gear and just happened to find this suitcase. We don't know, Army Vet. We honestly don't know what she did when they found him. I like to picture her taking a big fat deuce in her pants, but
so what do you want me to say? You didn't hurt Gannon? Did you kill Gannon?
No. No.
Did you put Gannon somewhere?
No.
You didn't put him in a dumpster.
Oh my God. Dumpster? Why are you even saying these bad, horrible things?
Because we've been tracking your car. We've been tracking, even when your phone is off, it can be tracked.
Good, sir. I'm glad.
And so we've been going through dumpsters all through. Is Gannon in a dumpster?
Sir, you can go through
just please
whatever you want to go through.
That would save us.
Sir,
that would save us hundreds of days. Just tell me if he's in a dumpster.
Okay.
That's fine. But will you tell me if he's in a dumpster?
If I didn't do anything to him, how am I answering that question for you?
Whether it's Angel or whoever else.
How am I answering this question for you? Really? You sent to a parent and asked them that?
Because, bitch, you sat there fucking 2 hours ago telling the guy that if he fucking relocated you and if you could talk to him in private in a passionate and emotional conversation, that you'd be able to tell him where Gannon is. Because you've been giving clues, but they haven't been able to put the clues together yet. Because you are so worried about your own life. You're worried about the safety of yourself and your loved ones. But now what? Now you don't know where he is? But remember that DA walked in and was like, we can't promise you anything. We're not giving you any guarantees. You know?
Because we want to find him. I would not ask you that question if it wouldn't help us find him.
To Gannon. Nothing. Okay. Didn't hurt, harm, kill, nothing. To Gannon. Did not. Would not.
Where's the last place you saw him?
Hurt, harm, kill, check, and check.
You've already asked me all these questions.
I know, but that's an easy question. The last place you saw Gannon, which can really help us find him.
So
why would you not say that? If you had nothing
because
to do...
I've already tried to help you.
No, but if you had nothing to do, if you did not hurt, harm, anything, why would you not tell me the last place you saw him?
Okay.
Because it's a memory you don't want to look at.
Memory?
Yes.
Really?
I would think it's a memory.
Okay.
Gannon's been missing now for how many days? You know when you last saw him, but you won't tell the one agency that can find him.
You already said you already basically lost my whole ability.
That's not a
to
true
trust.
story. That's worse than Quincy
Okay.
Brown.
All right. Okay.
What about the pregnant lady with the money in her
Okay.
stomach?
Okay.
Letecia, tell me the last
I
place
can't
you
help but
saw
laugh
him,
at that
and we
shit.
can find
A
Gannon,
pregnant lady with the money
and
in her
you can-
stomach.
That will help you so much in this case.
Oh.
Yes, it will. What do you think is going to help you now? If I walk out of here and we haven't got a lead on how to find Gannon,
Okay. Well,
all you've got is the story of the stuff on the wall. You've got the blood. You've got blood all over the house. You've got
Okay.
blood on the bottom of your shoes.
okay.
And you've got about 7 lies.
Okay.
If you help us find Gannon, that will help you tremendously. And yet you won't tell me. Why?
Because you're not going to help me.
Yes, I will. I've just told you that.
You're not going to help me, sir.
Where's the last place you saw him?
You're not going to help me.
Yes, I will. You tell me the last place
Why
you
do
saw
I have
him?
to keep repeating the same thing?
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Sir, if you're basing it on what you think makes sense, then that's what you're judging it on. So if that's what you think, then you can judge it on that. If you want to base it on something that you said you've seen and found in some house, okay, and you allowed, or I say you, let me correct that before you get upset, people to live there, okay, then that's what you guys can go on, okay? I did not hurt, endanger, kill, do anything wrong to Gannon. I did not. And until you can
Well,
take
we're
that
dealing
approach,
with semantics here.
okay, until you can take that approach and say,
Yes, Amy M. This is when she was arrested. This is when she was picked up in South Carolina. A lot of people went out there for this. They tracked her down and they picked her up.
maybe I need to have a little bit of compassion here, like really a lot, not just for other people, but for someone who has no reason whatsoever to hurt you, no motive, has everything she wanted in life. Why? Wouldn't it make more sense to just if it was such a bad thing, to be honest with you, wouldn't it make more sense for me just to get in my car and go live somewhere else? That makes more sense, right?
Make a lot more sense. Like a lot more sense. I could tell you about 8 or 10 stories that would make a lot more sense. And yet that's why we're sitting here today.
Well,
people that have a lot to lose do bad things all the time.
Well, guess what? I didn't do anything bad.
But then why won't you tell me what the last time you saw Gannon? If you didn't, Letecia, it makes no sense. And it doesn't have to make sense to me. It has to make sense to a jury that you're going to be sitting in front of in about a year or 2.
Okay.
Do you really want to go there without helping yourself? Do you want to go there and have us stand up and say, oh, it's Angel, it's Quincy Brown, it's all these people that don't exist?
Well, at this point, someone that I can trust will be the person that can help me. That's what it's going to be.
But are you going to tell them Angel? Because if you do, it's just going to be,
Okay.
it better be a new story.
Okay, sir, that's fine. Whatever you say, because you already have what you want is your answer. You already have, because you told me.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, she keeps saying, I need somebody that I can trust. It's not somebody that she can trust. It's somebody that she can manipulate. That's what she's looking for. She's like, all right, I tried to manipulate you. I failed. Bring me the next person who I can manipulate. Because this isn't working with you, so I'm going to have to try somebody else. But what's really funny is she wants an ally too, because it's all about her. Help me. I need help. I need help. It's me, not Gannon. Gannon doesn't need help, because she's telling, without saying the words, she's telling Gannon doesn't need help. I'm the one who needs help. I'm the one. Gannon's dead. He's gone. I'm the one who needs help now because I'm here being interrogated. All while deflecting any responsibility for what happened to Gannon. She just wants to get out of it. She doesn't want to face the fact that she did this. And she thinks that somebody's going to just swoop down and save her.
You're entitled to shit.
And if this happened to Harley, you would be insanely.
Why has it got to be about Harley?
Because she's your daughter. If someone else had Harley,
so basically, you're trying to say that it didn't matter that Gannon was also behind
I'm
you?
saying someone that you know right now who's been with you for the last 40 days or however long it's been, if she just disappeared and someone knew where she was, what would you do? And they wouldn't tell you where Harley was. And they say, no, I just can't tell you because I'm scared.
I just told you I don't know where he is. But that's the
you
thing that won't be, that is the problem, is I don't know.
If this were the real story, Letecia, you would have told us this a long time ago.
Okay, now it's not the real story.
It's not.
Okay, sir.
How is this a real story that you give him to someone who you trust as a babysitter? And
How
then
the
you're too
fuck
scared,
is there
so you
any
tell the
validity
cops a
to this
different
at all?
story? I liked, out of all your stories, I like Quincy Brown better.
Yeah, sure.
I did. This is a hard thing to do. But if you point us and you help us find Gannon, you can.
No, I don't. I don't have a way to help you. I don't.
How is that possible? Letecia, I'm not. You think I'm judging you, and I'm not. You are our only fact teller right now. And I can't chase down what you're telling me.
Okay. Okay.
Let me go ask the DA if there's anything else, because I'm not asking you the right way, the right questions. And if I'm treating you badly, I'm sorry. That's not my intent.
I didn't say you were treating me badly at all.
My intent is to find a way for us to communicate so you will feel comfortable enough to tell me what happened. His injuries, something. Well, you've told so many different stories about his injuries.
All I'm going to keep telling you is I did not hurt him.
I'm not saying you did. Like, even if the bed story true?
I'm not. Why even say anything? Because everything I say, you're going to tell me that, oh, blah, 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 because you want it just like everyone else want it to be me. So that way,
She almost said the truth. No matter what I say, you're gonna be like, ah, la, 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 you know, because you just want. And then she stopped herself because she almost said the truth.
I don't care if
that
it's
way,
you or not.
y'all can just go ahead and be the hero and all these things.
I do not get paid one extra dime if it's you. I don't get paid. I don't get paid anything else to find Gannon.
Sir,
it's just our fault.
Not me.
That's fine. Then tell me how to get there.
I'm not the one. Okay, I am not the one.
Lisa.
Not the one.
Lisa, don't worry. That's just a tactic. They already know what happened to Gannon. They just don't know where his body is yet. At this point, what we're watching right now, they just don't know where his body is. But they know what happened to Gannon. He's catering to her just because it makes her feel more powerful, and the more powerful she is, the more comfortable she is. The more powerful she feels, the more comfortable she is.
Do you know why I asked you ahead of time if you're having anxiety or depression or stuff like that?
No matter what you ask me about anxiety or depression or, you know, any of those things, because to be honest with you, that's it. That's all.
So have you been, you said Gannon's been seeing counselors. Have you been seeing counselors?
Right. About teaching. One time. Maybe she did it too because she was going to give the emotional support animal.
But that's it.
Yeah, it was the 2 times on base. And we talked about not wanting to be in teaching anymore and all that route. Stress on the job. That was what we talked about.
You had searched a little bit on the suicide stuff.
What suicide stuff?
Or was that you, or was that just random keystrokes?
Suicide? No, I don't even like.
Have you ever thought about suicide?
Who?
You.
I'm not thinking about suicide.
I'm just asking. Quotes a suicidal person might say. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, because I have someone in my family before that had said that to me, and I've looked up information.
But that's not you. Okay.
Wow.
How do you think
People
that?
have things in their family go on too, you know, that you maybe want to look up and be like, oh, this is going on in their life. I wonder how they're dealing with this.
Doing something?
No, can I make a phone call?
I'm gonna ask.
I mean, who's she gonna call?
Go.
I just wanted to call to see that Harley got home.
She did. Yeah, they talked with Harley. They talked with Dee Dee. They talked with Laura. There were search warrants at Laura's house, Dee Dee's house, your van. I think that's it. So yeah, they got Harley back home.
Mm-hmm. With Harley with Dee Dee?
Yeah, because I told them that I met you out of the car and you said you'd like Dee Dee to be the guardian in between time or whatever.
Okay. Well, why are you switching to their house? I mean,
because you'd stayed there.
I mean, I'm saying like they're not in trouble, are they?
No, neither Laura nor Dee Dee are in trouble. Am I asking you stuff the wrong way, Letecia? I do want to help, and whether you did this or not, it doesn't matter to me. All the reason they asked me is to come help find what happened again. And if I can't get past, if I can't prove a story, whether you tell it to me, Al tells it to me, whether it's El Paso Sheriff's Office, again, I don't take anything as true until I can prove it. With all the evidence that they have, the reason why it took so long is the district attorney wanted to wait and wait and wait till they made sure they could win in the courtroom.
Okay.
And I've done
Let's just real quick.
With all the evidence that they have, the reason why it took so long is the district attorney wanted to wait and wait and wait till they made sure they could win in the courtroom.
Okay.
There you go. Please, you true crime community idiots that think that you could just slap handcuffs on somebody just because you know a crime took place. No. He just confirmed the DA wanted to wait and wait and wait and wait until they had enough that they could win in a courtroom. Thank you, Calamity Jade. Thwakata. Let's do that one more time. Let's just do it. Let's do it one more time.
Evidence that they have. The reason why it took so long is the district attorney wanted to wait and wait and wait till they made sure they could win in the courtroom. I have more on this case than we do on most of them.
Okay, sir.
I don't want you to be the way you can help yourself out of this thing is to give us something, even though it's very
You just said you have what you need, so why do you need to keep asking me?
Because you were the last one
But
with him, and you know.
But if you have what you need, why do you keep asking me?
Because we don't know where Gannon
is. To find Gannon. Our goal is not to prosecute you. That is the district attorney's job. We're investigators. And like you've just seen, I do a poor job about half the time because I have to guess. Because as much as we tried to track you with your cars and your phones and whatever else, there are gaps. We do have, like I told you, the blood in the house. We do have the blood on, do you know about the board that was thrown in the forest? Letecia?
What? I'm sorry, sir. What?
Oh, she's bored.
It has Gannon's
I'm sorry.
drawn in the forest.
Are we boring you, Letecia?
So all right. So what?
It's got your DNA on it.
Okay.
But then how do you explain stuff like that and then turn around and say, but then turn around and say, I don't know.
Sir, I lived in the house with Gannon. I was Gannon's main caretaker. I wouldn't be surprised if everything I done didn't involve Gannon. Like, oh, okay, well, you brushed his hair. Oh, okay, you helped him brush his teeth, whatever.
But that board was from the house, and then it's up all by Highway 105.
Board from the house. I've already explained to you about any kind of stuff that would have been from the foot. I've already told you that, and I don't know what you.
But Gannon didn't go throw it up.
Okay, so now someone threw it up there. So now someone threw it up.
Or dropped, or whatever. How did that board get up there?
Sir, now you're going on about the board.
Letecia,
and Albert already called about this board.
Yeah.
You were there, right?
Yes.
And the sock and all this stuff, right?
The sock had nothing to do with it.
Okay. But yeah, he said a sock.
But he did.
You see how different her demeanor is? Like her body language is after she went into the other room? Like, it's really interesting because now she's just she's not being feminine anymore. She's not crossing her legs. She's not smiling at him. She's not leaning forward to engage him. She's leaning forward to avoid him, but she's leaning in the other direction to avoid him. But it's really interesting because now she's just sitting there. She doesn't give a fuck about what her femininity looks like anymore. She didn't give a fuck about any of that. He shot her down. She tried to manipulate him. She tried to hit on him, and he shot her down. He stayed on task. And now that they left the room and then came back, this whole time she's just been sitting there disengaged, and the act is gone.
Did say a sock.
Right.
But the board is true.
Sir.
The board was right where your Tiguan was.
Sir, Tiguan?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, because we tracked it.
Look, you could have gotten all that from me easily. All you do is log into the app. It's not a difficult thing. Like.
Right. But if you track from where your Tiguan went and you look at where that board was.
Tiguan, now, okay, so this is why it's so, like, backwards. So now my Tiguan, but I was driving a truck, and then now my Tiguan, and now, you tried on the rental car, but then...
No, you had 3 different cars.
There's proof on the rental car that I didn't even get to drive it. So,
right, there's low mileage on it. But we don't know where you went, because you had your phone off.
My phone off? I had my watch on.
Yeah, but you had your phone
off. But the
watch is up in the forest somewhere, isn't it?
No, the watch ain't in no forest. You guys have my watch. It's at El Paso Detention Center.
That's the watch there. I thought you had an iWatch.
That's where the watch was at.
Okay. No, I haven't heard anything about
From
that.
Find My Watch says it's clearly sitting in El Paso County.
Okay. But your phone was off those couple of days.
What couple of days?
The 27th, it was off when you were between the Petcos.
But I had my watch on.
Right. But what I'm saying...
The watch tells you where you go. It's mirrored.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, we have holes in our investigation, and you can help us with that.
Sir? I didn't even drive my car anywhere, really, other than just going to meet friends.
You drove the Tiguan up there.
Yeah, other than to meet friends, yes.
So who were you meeting up there? What friends? That can be a lead we can help find Gannon with.
You guys already know all my friends, so maybe
we don't know those up there.
That should be the ones that you really know.
We don't know the ones up there, I guarantee you.
And like the guy said, tire pressure and all this, then you would have saw where if I stopped anywhere or done whatever. Come on now, sir.
Why can't you tell me though?
Sir, you want me to give you that? Like, I've already had to tell you everything personal about our lives. You have everything personal.
I don't have what friends you saw up there on 105 where that board is.
What?
Look, I'm not going to admit to any kind of board.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying tell me who your friends are up there and we can go talk to
And
them.
my Tiguan wasn't even driven that way until
Okay, so maybe it was
later.
How much later?
I don't even know. Before they took it.
Okay, so was the truck up there?
Truck up where?
Up that 105 area.
I was going to Castle Rock. I've already said this.
But
I was going to Castle. Already said this.
But is that where the board was? It was in the back
Sir,
of the
I don't
truck.
know where the board was at because I don't know. I really don't know. That's if you're asking me a question that I really don't know.
So we have a board up
Okay.
there where you were driving.
Okay.
With Gannon's blood on it.
Okay.
With your DNA on it.
Okay. So
So
my DNA, which would be what?
skin cells.
Okay. My skin cells, which I lived in the home, if that's what you're
Correct.
telling me.
Yeah.
And I've already told you that there was all this wood in the garage.
Yeah, but you never told me that you took a piece out of the truck and flung it up there.
What?
Or put it or flung it. And again, Letecia, I think you get mad when I say a verb or something, whether you placed it, flung it, dropped it, hit it, I don't know. But all I know is that our FBI evidence response team recovered it.
Okay. Did you check everybody else in the house?
As far as for their DNA?
No, not the DNA to see if they put it there. Because you remember, these are the people that were in the house when I wasn't there. Did you check all them?
Unreal, man.
Yeah, did you check the people in the house?
You mean the crime scene people?
No, I mean the people that I'm sorry, rephrase that because you don't like that was allowed to stay there when all this stuff you're talking about would have been there. Okay?
Correct.
Did you check all these people?
As far as their DNA?
No. Did you check to see if any of them did this?
Drove and threw that wood up there?
Did you check them?
Their GPS, their phone.
No. Did you check them? Because that is
like he's naming every possible way to prove or disprove the involvement of Alan Landon, who she's trying to imply are framing her. And he's saying, did we check their DNA? You mean, which would prove or disprove their involvement? Did we check their GPS, which would prove or disprove their involvement? Whether or not they, discarded this piece of evidence that he's pointing out. But she's like, no. Did you check them? Like, it's about attacking. No. I'm not talking about proof. I'm talking about, did you check them? What does that mean? What do you mean? Did I check them for what? Specifically, what do you mean? Did we track where they went? Did we test them for DNA? What else could we possibly do? What do you propose we do as far as checking them? An anal cavity search? What are you talking about?
Please, doesn't matter. You mean to tell me you checked Veronica's GPS in her phone? Okay.
No.
Who the fuck is Veronica?
Veronica was not the last person with Gannon.
But you're talking about a piece of wood, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So whatever first it was wood stocks, now it's wood. I don't know.
I didn't say so.
Okay. You had Albert say it.
I didn't have him say it.
Okay. The point is,
did
you check Veronica's? Did you check Brandon's? Did you check any of them to see if they went anywhere? Because I clearly have stated since day one.
But why would we need to check that if your car is up there?
But I've clearly stated because then maybe they did it.
Maybe they went the same place you did. Did you tell them to go up there?
Listen, everybody knew where I went because I told everybody from day one.
You told everybody?
Yes, I sure did. This lady right here, Miss Bethel, she asked me, and I strictly told her what exit I went off of. Sure did. Maybe I might have didn't have like I gave the name. Like I wasn't exactly right with the exit because I don't really know Colorado that well. But I gave it.
Do you know why I told you about that? I normally don't do this. Tell everybody all the evidence against them. Why do you think?
I don't know.
Because I think if you're to weigh this on, there's enough probable cause. A judge in Colorado Springs and El Paso has signed a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder.
Okay.
And all this evidence, and I'm telling you about the ones that I know about, and that's before you do, all the phone stuff, et cetera, and then versus you taking a chance that you're going to get off. It's not
like he just said that a judge signed a warrant of probable cause for first-degree murder against you, and she's acting like somebody's accusing her of stealing a cookie out of a cookie jar. All right, you think it was me? Whatever. I don't. Whatever. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Wasn't me. Like, that's not. She thinks this is a big game. It's so crazy.
Taking a chance for nothing because I didn't do anything, sir. Okay, sir.
If you say you didn't do anything, do you know what an innocent person would do? I have had plenty of innocent people sitting in your chair. Do you know what an innocent person would do? They would be freaking out.
I know.
You are not freaking out.
Yeah, right. You think I haven't freaked out?
I heard you freak out on the phone one time.
You think I haven't freaked out for days? You can't judge the way I freak something out one way and another way.
I have had the wrong person in a room like this before.
I mean,
and trust me, if they had any idea who did it, they would tell me.
Okay, well,
that makes no sense, and no jury will buy. No jury's going to buy that you sit here with an answer that somebody else took Gannon. That all this head wound and all this stuff happened in there. Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Sir, I never questioned anything.
Well, you must, because you're taking a huge chance, Letecia.
Sir, I'm not taking any chance.
How are you not taking
Because
a chance?
I know the man upstairs knows I did not do anything again.
Well, he's not going to be on the jury.
Oh, okay. All right, we're not going to go there with that. We're not going to go there.
We're going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence.
This man straight up said, well, the man upstairs is not going to be on the jury.
Nice.
In front of.
Let me tell you what. There's a higher power.
There is.
Higher power.
Here we go.
We'll make sure.
I believe in the higher power.
Here we go.
That really makes me feel loving. It really does. I'm serious. So then you know.
But Letecia, if this comes down to common sense,
I do have
and these prosecutors, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about who you're going to be sitting in front of.
Okay.
And if you're going to take a chance that they're not going to listen to all this evidence, all this blood, all these stories that you told about Gannon, and that you have the key to finding him and you don't do it, there's nobody else to prosecute.
Okay.
Why won't you go there?
I'm not, why am I, what else am I going to say?
The easiest thing to tell me is the last time you saw Gannon.
I've already talked to you. I've already told you I did not hurt Gannon. Okay?
But then what do I need to go through again the other things that might have happened to Gannon?
You don't need to go
Where
through
did you
anything.
gently place Gannon?
What?
I don't know how to phrase it.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Because I don't
Where
know
did
he
you
is.
gently place Gannon?
If you want me to use a different word or whatever, I'm struggling. Letecia, this is not about you.
I didn't.
You're the
think
one
it-
caught up in it, though. You're the one with all the evidence stacked against
Okay.
you.
Okay, well,
Help yourself right
help
now.
myself.
Why would you not?
Help myself do what?
Just tell me what happened.
So what happened to who? I don't know.
What happened to who?
The way you
So I
described,
had to stand up for a moment.
Abs- absolutely. The wounds that you described to him don't even come close to the blood in the
then
house.
if that's what you think, then
No,
sir.
it's not.
Okay.
This is what people that do this for a living tell me.
Okay.
Again, I wasn't there, but a little gash on his head
Okay, sir.
doesn't explain at all that stuff that's in there.
Okay.
But do you want to go with that? Because when you walk out of here, the last thing on record you're going to have is what you told me. And I would love to be your storyteller.
Okay.
I would love to tell the true story. It will help you. You believe in that higher power you
I
said?
do. That's why. You
What
want to
about
know
the
why?
truth? Do
You
you
want to know
study the
why?
truth?
You want to know why I'm not sitting here like going crazy, freaking out, putting on an emotional show like I've seen people involved in this situation put on fake cries and all that.
Please tell us.
Because I know God knows that I did not do anything again.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean,
but what about the truth? You study
Exactly.
the same.
What
Bible,
about the
same
truth?
God. It tells a lot about truth in there, and you have not told many truths in this whole thing.
I also know that. Guess what? But let me tell you what happened this morning when I woke up.
Oh my God.
When I woke up
bro.
this morning, I watched a story about Ron Miller. So,
No. Wait.
He ended up like getting talked down to, bullied online, treated like crap, accused of things he didn't do, and that's where he went to the accusations part. And so he went down this whole trail talking about how accusations and how this did to him and what he had to go through and all that.
Okay.
But in the end, he kept his faith in Jesus Christ. But you know about the story of Paul, you know about Saul in the Bible. Okay, I can walk you through a lot in the Bible. If you know what I'm talking about. So he turned those accusations into just keeping steadfast and staying strong, and to believing God's going to do this and keeping.
What the
whatever,
fuck are you talking about?
In the Bible, they persecuted a lot of Christians, right? A lot of them for things they didn't do right. But there's a lot of stories where God made sure they were okay. So when I woke up this morning, I literally decided, God, you can take this, and you can either A, bring Gideon home, bring him to the front step, drop him off, so that I can please never have to worry about this again.
Right.
Or you can let me just stay focused on believing in you, as in him, and just the truth will come out. And it's okay, because I don't want to sit here and accuse all these people.
You serious?
Whatever. I'm not going to turn those same accusations against them for saying this and saying that, not believing this, not believing that. I'm just going to just sit there and say, I know I did not hurt Gideon.
But that, I get you, and thank you for that story.
So,
I agree with everything you said. No, I'd love to tell stories. Stories, you take it like
Stories are
it's a
great.
bad thing.
Thanks for that story.
So, I believe that the whole book you're
big
talking
dummy.
about, the story about God in the Bible, involves sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Does it not?
I did sacrifice.
Greater love, what? Has what? No man. Then to what?
Live on his life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we have
Didn't
a
think
life.
I know it, did you?
No, I figured you did. I wouldn't. And this is not to embarrass you, because I know you are a God follower.
Mm-hmm. And I went to Liberty University, so I was spending a lot of my time studying Christian.
And that's why I don't get that if Gannon is alive, you would not sacrifice yourself for him right now. If you've studied that your entire life, I believe that. If my kid were alive, I promise you, right now, I would go step in front of a truck and let it hit me if that would bring him back home, so my wife could live with him, and so my sister, or his sister, could live with him. Since you've studied that your whole life, if Gannon were alive, you would sacrifice yourself for him.
You're right. If I could get you to him, I definitely would.
You could. And all this BS about you saying it's here, it's there, giving us names.
Okay.
You would not do that, Letecia.
Sure.
Letecia, you are not that type of person. If he were still around, you would not do that.
Why would you even say that? Like, this is what drives me crazy.
Because if Gannon's alive.
Really, you were about to say it. You were really about to say it. I can't even believe that.
Say
wow.
That. You said if Gannon was alive, you would do everything, including sacrificing yourself, to get us to him. That says he's not alive.
Oh.
Wow. How do you argue with that? You have an 11-year-old boy out there that's supposedly with bad people. You are a good person. You've grown up. You've gone to all these faith classes, churches. If he were around, you would sacrifice yourself for him.
If I knew how to get to him, I would sacrifice myself to him.
You can get us to him. And you know that. That's why I
You're
brought
already
Martha.
so defeated. Like, you're already, like, for you to have
What?
such a biblical
She's trying to she's like, you're already defeated. I beat you. Why do you keep trying?
background, you're so defeated in your mindset already to think something harmful or hurt to Gannon.
It is.
And that,
yeah, but see, why do you care what I think?
It's because
you're the person in charge. You just said you were the main man, basically, is what you said, over your...
I have a lane that I'm running in.
Right, okay. That is the type of person that, as a family, they would want that person, no matter what, never, ever giving up hope, never saying to anyone anything bad like that.
So let's go a different way. If you did something bad to Gannon.
I did not.
I'm saying we go if. If you did something bad to Gannon, could you ever admit it?
What? I didn't do anything bad to Gannon.
No,
I'm not gonna go.
This is not a trick.
But I'm not gonna go answer that question because I did not do anything bad.
The reason why I ask you that is the people that I've worked with are actually put in prison for life. I've told them, and I've told people, the families of these victims, I said, if you put Harold in a room and you take everybody else out, we have absolute evidence that he pushed his wife off a cliff and that he dropped a car on his other wife, and he was convicted. I said, even if you clear everybody out and you just have Harold in a mirror, Harold was a God follower, Christian like you are. I said he could never admit that he did that to either wife.
Well, I'm sorry that, what's his name, Harold? Harold is that type of person. Because a God follower, and I'm not judging him, I'm saying, in order for you have to repent your sins to God, okay? And you have to put yourself there. And in order to repent your sins to God, it means also you have to lay them all down on the cross. And like, my sins are laid down, and it is not involving hurting, harming, or killing anyone. Okay. So I'm sorry that Harold or whatever his name is has like a different approach.
Well, I think you have probably a more serious problem than Harold, though. Mm-hmm. You know where an 11-year-old is, and I am here telling you we could go find him, and you are not giving us his location, alive or dead. So what Harold did was push a 50-year-old woman off the cliff. It was an awful thing, and the parents hated losing Tony. But Tony had lived a full life, as full as you can till 50. It was still tragic. Gannon's 11.
Gannon, it doesn't matter age. Yeah, you're 11. Right. It's tragic, right?
Yeah.
You just said
and
that.
And if you had tragic. The answer, you would give it to us.
I don't know where he is.
But you won't answer my question about the last time you saw him.
Listen, sir, anything I say to you, you're not going to listen to me. You're going to take, and you're going to say this.
I'm not going to twist things, Letecia.
That. And to be honest with you, I can give you speculation.
Okay, give me
with
speculation.
Everyone else.
Please.
I can give you
I'll take speculation.
Speculation is Gannon is alive. Speculation is Gannon is with someone who is not willing to hurt him until they get something they want.
Why wouldn't they make a demand then? Why would they hold an 11-year-old kid? That's more sadistic than anything
I didn't say I was answering speculation. I said that is what I do. I don't know why people do things, okay? But I can only tell you what I did or didn't do. And I did not hurt. Whatever all these words you came up with, hurt, kill, dispose, I didn't do any of that to Gannon. Let me make sure I say his whole name. Gannon Jacob Stauch. So that way you don't think I'm getting confused with another person in Gannon. I did not.
What?
You can tell me all you want. Hey, you're not going to do this. No, sir. I have nothing but respect for you. So I asked for help. And see, that's the problem.
Do you want me to tell you back what you told me for help?
No,
I can read it back to you.
I don't want you to tell me anything.
I took notes.
What I want is for you guys to believe and have faith that...
Why would we do that with the amount of blood in his bedroom?
That is not... Sir,
yes, it does.
No.
The blood tells a humongous story.
Sir?
Yes.
I had a really, really bad miscarriage one time, and there was so much blood. So much.
On the wall.
So much blood.
On the wall.
See, you want me to tell you something, but then you're saying, can I explain it to you?
On the wall.
Okay, there was so much blood that you would have thought I wasn't even alive by the time I got to the hospital. So the amount of whatever you're talking about, I'm not, as a parent, going to sit there and say something like that. I'm just not. I'm just not going to do that because I'm not going to believe.
If you had nothing to do with harming Gannon, why would you clean up the blood that's on the wall?
Do you? So you're saying you've never had anything happen in your house and you cleaned it up? Never. Like, you've never had, like...
Why would you cut out the carpet?
Nosebleeds. What? The carpet?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to get more carpet. It doesn't... The carpet has nothing to do with cutting it out. It's getting smell. It stunk. I couldn't breathe. None of us could breathe.
Did you say that Lena helped you clean up some of the blood on the wall?
Lena always helps us clean up everything. Lena helped us clean up the light switch. Lena helped us clean up when Gannon had a nosebleed. Okay?
But for this occasion, she helped with that.
Now you're going to walk me back through what we've already talked about. So you're now going to go be like, oh, an 8-year-old this and an 8-year-old that. Come on, sir. There was all the time. Gannon was bleeding all the time. He'd have a nosebleed randomly at the drop of a dime. He'd bite his fingers, bleed all the time.
Would it help
What the
if I
fuck
gave
are
you a
you
picture of
talking
the
about?
wall of what all showed up on it?
Sir, that's not going to get me to say anything to you because I didn't do anything.
Well, what I'm trying to appeal to, though, is, again, you weighing your options right now before we're gone.
Sir?
Because you're taking a big risk with these shows.
Sir, I believe in a higher power. And that higher power is going to show the entire world. And when it does, I would never have to work a day in my life again. And that's going to happen. Guaranteed. Because I did not hurt, I did not dispose, kill, whatever you want to call these things that you're going to name out as verbs.
Then what did you do?
Didn't do anything to Gannon.
Then why would you act like this?
I'm acting like this because I've had to spend nothing but every day. You think I haven't every single day cried? You think I haven't every single day been trying to work on figuring out different things, work situations, what can I do? You think I haven't had all these raw emotions and feelings? A person can have them so much, so it doesn't matter if they continue to have them, because then they just be like, what's the point? I have them all the time with my family.
I'm not talking about you.
Friends.
I'm talking about why would you act like this when there's a boy out there?
I want Gannon home.
Then tell me how to do it.
I want to help you. I don't know. I don't.
But see, that's where easy questions should be easy to answer.
I just said I don't know. That's an easy answer.
The easy answer is tell me the very last time you laid eyes on him. Where was he? Was he laying down? Was he standing up? Was he sitting? Was he walking to a car? Where was? Give me your very last image of Gannon. That's an easy question. You have to remember your last image of Gannon. Letecia, what was he doing? Why would you not answer that?
Because I've given you answers.
No, you haven't told me exactly what you saw when you saw him for the very last time. Did you see the back of his head? Did you see his face? What was his expression? Did he say goodbye to you? Tell me of your last, I wish I could see in your head right now. Your very last image is there, but you won't tell me. Why won't you tell me?
Because it's nothing bad to
Well, then
tell
tell me. If it's nothing bad, you would tell me.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
What's your last image of Gannon?
Sir, I don't have any bad images of Gannon.
I didn't say it was bad.
I don't have any.
What's the very last picture of seeing Gannon alive or not alive that you have in your brain?
He is alive. I'm not
Then tell me the last time
What?
you saw him.
Oh,
What did you see? Letecia, all that stuff you said earlier.
Okay.
Being a good person, you didn't hurt him, you didn't do all this. I'm repeating it back to you. Why could you not tell me then? If that all that is true, you know the last time you saw him. What would that hurt to tell me? Do you need time to think?
No, I don't.
Well, then tell me.
I don't need any time, sir.
What is wrong with that question?
There's nothing wrong with the question. I've already made it clear that I wasn't going to answer more questions.
You've never answered this one.
Because you have already predetermined what you want in your brain, along with everyone else.
Why do you care about what's in my brain?
So you just asked me about mine.
Yeah, because your brain's the only one that counts here. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The very last time you saw Gannon, where was he? What was he doing?
Did y'all put a reward out?
There's no need to put a reward out.
Okay.
Can you please answer that?
See, you automatically have a predetermined thing in your brain.
If you give me something else, I'll go there.
No, wow.
Why do you care about my brain, Letecia? Yours is the one that matters.
Right. Fuck you care about my brain
One
more.
more time. It did not hurt.
I didn't ask that. I did not ask that. I don't care. What is the last image you had of him?
Checked all these places I've been.
Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you answer me? Have you checked all these places I've been, and where was Gannon? Was he there? Doesn't that have to sinking in your brain for a little bit to say?
You're going to live with it for the rest of your life, Letecia. Why don't you tell me?
Yo, she's greasy as fuck before that. Just saying.
Me today.
I'm not living with anything horrible in my brain. I'm not.
Okay, well then it should be an easy question.
I've given you the answer.
Of the last time you saw him. No, you haven't.
No.
Because I'm afraid it's not the image that you want to be left with.
What? Sir, that's not going to convince me to say something that I didn't do.
Okay, then maybe it is the image. Then tell me. Why else would you not tell me?
Because you keep going with the same question, and if you've already
you won't answer it.
But you predetermined yourself.
No.
When I thought you were going to help, that was different. But you predetermined yourself.
You didn't tell me what the last thing you saw was, even with your answer there, and that's fine. If you want to tell me the thing with Angel, I don't care. I'm not going to
say anything other than saying, it will shock everyone. But I will promise you, I won't have to worry about nothing the rest of my life because I didn't do it. And this is going to come out.
What's going to come out? That you didn't tell the FBI who took Gannon, if that's your deal? How is that going to shock everybody?
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
I didn't think you were guilty until you don't answer the last time you saw him.
You came in this morning.
No, I didn't.
And you automatically thought that. You automatically thought that already.
I was willing to listen if you were going to give me evidence to the contrary. But I have talked to many people who have seen someone disappear. It never goes away. That last image.
Well.
It never goes away, and you've got it in your mind, and you won't tell me.
Right.
There is only one reason you won't tell me.
You're right. People do have. When people do bad things, their images stay in their brain. You're right.
Bad or good. A lot of these dads didn't know when the last time they were going to see their daughter.
I mean.
And they still remember it like it was yesterday, 14 years later.
Oh, yeah.
You remember the last time you saw Gannon.
Yeah.
So tell me what you saw.
Nothing negative.
So tell me what you saw.
I saw nothing negative. I saw nothing with Gannon.
You're telling me nothing. You're saying nothing.
Okay.
Just tell me what you did see, the positive.
Gannon was fine. Gannon.
Where was he? Was he standing?
No, you said tell me what I see. I'm just going to tell you.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
How Gannon was.
Okay.
Okay. Gannon was fine. Gannon, nothing was wrong with him. Gannon was happy. Gannon is my favorite stepchild. My favorite. I know everybody says they have favorites and things like that, or say they're not really necessarily favored or whatever, but he was.
Do you remember how we
He
talked
definitely
earlier?
is.
Remember how we
Always.
talked earlier about when I ask you a question and you go around?
I'm not answering that question
You're
for
saying
you.
you're giving me qualities again, and you're not saying what you saw. You're saying he's a favorite stepson.
Sir.
What did you see?
Sir.
Was he standing or sitting?
I didn't do anything to Gannon.
I didn't say you did. I said your last memory.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to Gannon. So.
Do you have it in your mind right now?
No.
Seeing him for the last time.
Oh, well, it's not going to be the last time that I see him.
The last time you saw him. Do you
Not
have
gonna be the last
that? Do you
time.
have that picture in your mind?
Good.
Yes or no?
I know you're really good at what you do. I appreciate that. I know that, but I didn't do this. This is
Well, why
why.
don't you tell me the answer to that question?
Because you
It's
want.
not-
I'm not. Why would
I'm
I
not
keep
con-
answering questions for you?
But that is not a hard question to answer. I'm not saying did you kill him. I'm not saying did you put him in a forest. I'm not saying did you put him in a dumpster. This is just your last image. You've got to have it.
My images are happy lives. That's what it will
That's not
always
what you
be.
see in your brain.
Okay. Well, see, now you know my brain.
Yes, I know.
Oh my God.
You have an image of the last time you saw Gannon.
Okay.
If you didn't hurt him, why won't you tell me?
I already told you I didn't hurt him.
I know, but if you didn't, why would that image be a problem for you?
It's not a problem. I don't have a problem with anything.
I'm not accusing you of anything, Letecia. Just tell me the last time you saw him.
moron.
This is an easy question compared to all the other ones we've done.
Oh.
Please.
Are you going to find him?
Yes.
Well, I would rather spend our time doing that because I don't have him. I didn't do anything with him, to him, or hurt him.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate all your work.
You can help us more than anybody on this planet. You can help me right now find Gannon. Let's start with the one question I asked you.
No. Yeah, I don't
Why?
trust anymore for you because.
Well, just tell me why you don't want to answer that.
Because I've already, it doesn't matter. I can tell you I last saw Gannon when I went to the store this morning, and it could be legit true, and you would still be like, he was not at the store. I mean,
because it wouldn't be
I would be
legit
able to
true.
tell if you'd say what he's wearing, or not even what he's wearing, how he was walking, you will remember this. And just you not answering it means you remember it.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you now are a psychologist.
He's based in Colorado.
Oh, it's behavior analysis.
Okay, good. I'm glad you have behavior analysis. Okay. I'm glad. I appreciate you having behavior analysis. I mean, what else do you want me to say or do? I mean, what else?
So
You're a little cunt.
I don't want to tell you anything else because
Why? If it helps find Gannon, why would you not tell?
Because you already predetermined.
I didn't say you hurt him or anything. I think you know where he is, though.
You already predetermined this. You have.
The scene does tell a story,
Okay,
yes.
so if that's your story, then I'm not going to keep saying anything because I know that is not the case. So if I keep saying anything to you, you're just going to keep blah, 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 blah about it. And I've been nothing but respectful to you. So I'm trying to remain respectful to you overall because I don't have any disrespect for you and I don't treat people like that. But putting me in a situation where I'm like saying to you, I cannot say anything else because you've expressed you predetermined what you think. You've already done that. So no matter what I say, I legit could take you right to Gannon and he would be standing there and you would still say to me, oh, that's not him. Or you would say something else. Just
do you know how good that would be for you?
Oh, trust me. Yes.
Then why do you care what I
Do you
think?
know how good that would be for me? Absolutely.
Why do you care what I think? You should not care at all what I think. You said I wouldn't think. If you could take us to Gannon right now, that would mean the world for you.
Trust me. If I knew, you think I wouldn't have already done that?
Oh my God.
You think like whatever time it was I first saw you, I wouldn't have been like, okay, look, even if I was just had him somewhere just because whatever reason that these theories are out there, I know I Googled a bunch of them to see what people had said. Even if, let's just say if, okay, he was sitting somewhere, and let's just say, okay, he had to get better because he was sick and had the flu. And I could take you to him. And oh, he's better now. You think I wouldn't? You think it wouldn't be like a lot easier to be like, okay, yeah, he was this, and you know, I had him waiting there. I'm sorry for you utilizing your resources and all those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that to you.
Correct.
Right. If I knew where he was, that's exactly what I would do. And I would say,
if you knew he was alive.
I know he's alive.
How do you know he's alive?
Because I know he's alive.
How?
Because I know he's alive.
We're the one agency that can help you find him right now. And you won't tell us. That makes no sense.
He could be, like, what if he didn't want to be found?
An 11-year-old.
I mean,
wow.
No, I know.
Yeah. I mean, what if he didn't want to be found?
Yeah, so he bled
What if
all
he
over
wanted
his
to
house.
go somewhere? What if he wanted to go live with his mom, and maybe he wanted to go do whatever so he can come back and do this to go live with his mom? What if that was the case?
That could happen. And he could inflict these awful injuries to himself in his bedroom. and then he could tell you to do false reporting. And then you're going to have to be, just like you're scared of these guys, you'd be scared of Gannon. And you would do the false reporting because Gannon told you to.
Right.
No, it has nothing to do with
exactly.
me. I was giving you
right.
a scenario.
Yeah. The scenario that you're trying to give him here is hypothetically, Gannon ran away, doesn't want to be found. This 11-year-old boy decided to just up and take off and created this elaborate plan to take off and not want to be found. He probably put his own passport together. He had a side hustle where he was stacking cash somewhere, maybe in the air conditioning vent, and nobody knew about it. But, you know, yeah, he also like planted his own blood all over the bedroom. He also conspired with all of these different people that to convince you and brainwash you that these are the things that happened, like Eduardo convincing you that you were raped, and then, you know, Quincy Brown, and then there's the woman with the money, you know, for a pregnant stomach. So yeah, there's all these different amazing stories that that all lead up, that all comes together, that Gannon disappeared and didn't want to be found. Okay, Letecia.
I wasn't saying anything about false reporting. I'm giving you a scenario. I was saying
Gannon didn't want to be found.
I'm saying, or Gannon could have been like, what if he would have said, if I would have told you that he said to me, hey, I want to go live with my mom. Can you help me get there? And along the way, helping him get there, let's just say, oh, the bus, something happened when he got on the bus or something. You would still sit there and say to me, well, you know.
Okay. So now there's this conspiracy between Landon and Gannon, because Gannon is just so desperate to get back with his mom. And Letecia is like Harriet Tubman and leading him to the promised land that is his mother's environment. And she's secretly helping him, and she helps him get on a bus, and then something happens to him while he's on the bus, where there's, you know, cameras everywhere all over a bus station. There's cameras on the bus itself. Come on, Letecia. Next. What's the next one? Come on.
You know, it's your fault, because da-da-da-da-da.
And then you could care less what I thought or what I said, because I don't have any meaning to you. Letecia, after today, you're not going to see me again until we're in the courtroom a year or 2 years from now, whatever that is.
I understand that, sir.
I'm insignificant in your life. So you don't need to care at all what I think. The way you could help yourself today, and I'm not saying this to benefit me in any way, is to tell us how to find Gannon. That changes everything for you. Alive or dead. If you tell us,
not dead. Please stop saying that.
I said alive or dead.
An adult needs ID to get on a bus. But a child, you would probably, I would assume, you need their birth certificate, which Letecia would actually have access to. So, I mean, again, semantics, but if the case were that they wanted to get him on a bus to get him to his mother, she wanted to get him on a bus to get to his mother, that could have easily been pulled off. That wouldn't have been an issue. The point is that they would have been able to they would have been able to track it. They would have found a bus ticket bought with one of the credit cards. They would have had cameras, like I said, and on the bus and at the station. There just would have been a lot of evidence to lead to this.
You can help us find him. You're the only one that can. I think it's too hard for you.
It's not hard, sir.
It's impossible.
No.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Because I've worked with people like you
Okay,
before.
well, I'm
Letecia.
glad you're classifying me as people like me.
What do you think people like you are? Or call in and say your father-in-law got killed by a car or whatever.
Exactly what I think they are.
You've got away with spinning stories and dodging questions your whole life.
So now you know me my whole life.
I can look back a little bit. I don't know you when you were 5 or 13 or 16. But I think something bad happened and you've been able to avoid trouble. But that doesn't happen in this case.
Okay,
these stories that you told are much worse for you than if you had just said, the best thing you could have said is, Gannon just went, and that's it. I'm not saying anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But you describing all these injuries to him, even to us today, is awful.
Injuries? But it's not injuries like that.
Yes, you talked about it.
No, it's not even injuries. Kids they're just all the time. You raise children and they never got hurt. Like they never.
Not all on the last day they're seen alive.
No, that's not even how it was. You're making it out to be like some whatever. That's not even how it was.
Tell me how it was then.
Gannon and I are very close. Okay.
But see, that's what you don't do. You say generalizations when I ask you, how was it?
Why? I don't even know what you're asking me.
The injury that caused that pool in the corner. It's not a little scratch on his head.
Okay, why don't you test it and see what day it came from? If that's what you're telling me, why don't you test it and see what day?
So it didn't happen on Monday.
No, I'm
it happened
asking
on
you.
Saturday.
I'm asking you. You are the one who are telling me, no matter what I say, you're telling me it's your way or no way. So why don't you tell me
Well,
what
I'm
day
saying
that
it's
was?
a significant enough injury that he was not going to be normal after that.
No, what?
Yep.
Oh, God.
That's what they told me.
Okay, well, that is awful that people aren't normal after anything like that.
It's a significant
Because I had
injury.
puddles of blood. I remember that I had
We're not
puddles of blood.
talking about you. We're talking about
I know.
11-year-olds.
I said I did, and there was no significant injury that I died.
Do you not find that coincidental?
What, sir?
That the
What?
blood on the wall and by his bed,
The
and on the
blood.
mattress.
The blood that you or your team allowed people to be in the house.
That has no bearing on this.
Okay, well, if it doesn't, then okay.
It doesn't.
Okay, sir. Okay. Maybe check one of them.
Are you ready to tell me the last time you saw
Wow.
Maybe check one of them. Because
I bet you they can tell me the last time they saw Gannon,
that's
even
not-
though it was
that's not
months
the question.
before.
That's your answer.
I bet Al can tell you the last time he saw Gannon, even though he didn't know that was going to be the last time. I guarantee you he's got an image of Gannon.
Boom.
He was the last one with him, Letecia.
Okay.
What do I need to say to help you? I'm serious.
You do not want to help me.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You want me to tell you what you want to hear. That's what you want.
No.
Yes.
I have never wanted people to tell me what I want to hear. If it doesn't lead me to finding Gannon or the truth of this matter, I could care less what it is. Like I said, most of the time, I'm wrong. I have to have people like you tell me the truth.
We got a special disliking for these punk-goers.
If you didn't have anything to hide, you tell me your last
Don't
image of me.
have anything to hide.
Then tell me. That's not a guilt or innocence question. Just your last image of Gannon.
Yeah, like
okay, now you don't have to tell me the last time you saw him, just your last image in your head.
it's fascinating that her reaction to this is yawning. She just refuses to be helpful at all.
What's the last image in your head you have of him?
Smiling.
Where was he?
Yeah, you said last image. That's the image.
I mean, was he sitting? Is he standing? Is he laying down? What's he doing?
Walking
Towards you or away from you?
away.
So there's no Eduardo then. Unless he left willingly with Eduardo. Letecia. It's too small a room for that. Stop it.
You have any questions for me? Any questions for me? No, I'm asking you. Have I not asked you a question that I should be asking you? Anything? I don't have the answers, Letecia. And I will help you if I can, but I can't. What I've got right now.
Letecia, come on, knock it off. It's bad enough this guy's got to sit in there with you for 4 hours.
You all right? You stay
Yeah.
Letecia.
Anything?
What?
Is there anything I need to ask you that I haven't? You go see if you want to go need anything.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
Yeah, please go to the bathroom.
Well, I think we're done, Letecia.
Okay.
So from here, like I said, you're going to have to go to whatever the jail that holds you in. Colorado's got the warrant, so they're going to transport you then.
Okay.
Do you have anything else for me? I think we've talked for long enough today, but if you have something you want to say, I'll sit here for another 4 hours.
Where's the warrant?
The warrant's in the system. It's in the OCIC is what they call it. So that's what they picked you up on today, was the arrest warrant from Colorado.
Okay.
So you're going to be going back there. Anything else?
What do I get charged with again?
First degree murder for Gannon Stauch. That's what I was trying to come in here with you to help you.
Like, what are you not getting about this?
Gannon. That makes a big difference.
You let me go.
We'll let you go?
If he's alive.
If he's alive, you might as well try it. I can't speak for the district attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm an investigator.
What?
If he's alive and you can get us Gannon, yes. Good things will happen to you today versus getting shipped back to Colorado.
All right. I'm going to talk to you about time. Just the more, please.
Wow.
I had already got one.
You Do you have an attorney you'd like to call? Do you have the number?
Well, I would got the Google number because you have my phone, but Laura can get the number or a guy from here, but he was kind of work with him on it.
Okay. Well, I imagine Laura's probably notified him already.
No, I mean, she would have to know how to get home because he said pre-investigative was just wait and then call as soon as like whatever.
Okay.
And then I could give him information if the accountants that's what I need to do.
Well, I'm pretty sure we need to get you into custody now. I mean, the reason that I took you out there is I thought you could have information on camera.
Well, you just said that, so you said I can't call him?
What do you need to call him for?
Because I'm sorry, I have the right to an attorney to represent me, so.
Correct. And you want this attorney to represent you in the Colorado case?
Yes.
Do you know a number?
No, that's why I said I need to get Laura.
You need to get Laura. All right, let me see if we've got that. They're calling Laura. You need to go to the restroom again? Okay. Put your earphones in. Yep.
Oh man. Yep. Well, folks, that was the last time that Letecia wore any clothes outside of whatever they give you in jail and in prison, except for when she was in court during that trial. And I mean, based on this, like I said, folks, based on what we were watching here, I mean, that was torturous. I was skeptical about even going over it myself, simply because it's that frustrating. It's infuriating to watch and listen to. But I'm glad that we did this, because that was confirmation, just absolute confirmation that this is someone, like I said, that is never, ever going to take any accountability for what she did. No real accountability. You have somebody who is bold enough to sit there and say, well, me and God, the man upstairs, me and God know what happened, and that's all that matters. After telling 10, 20 different stories, none of which were helpful to law enforcement, none of which were helpful to Landon, none of which were helpful to Al, and the entire experience, the entire ordeal was nothing less than traumatizing to not only Gannon's loved ones, but Letecia's loved ones as well. And not loved ones, because I don't think she actually loves anybody in her family, but the people that love her. Traumatizing to literally everyone in her life. She completely and totally set everyone spiritually on fire around her and watched them burn. Just emotionally set everyone on fire and watched them burn around her without a care as to how anyone was being affected. And that's not even talking about what she did to Gannon. I'm just talking about her trying to cover it up and how this affected everyone around her. not to mention the law enforcement agents, and this is their job. This is something that they're going to deal with. She's not the first. She's not going to be the last that have to that are going to give these cops a hard time, that are going to give these FBI agents a hard time. This is something, it's part of their job, you know. I mean, if you're if you work in a psych ward, you're going to have to restrain someone. You know what I mean? It's going to be rough. There's just certain things that are part of the job. If you work in hospice, you're going to have to clean up somebody's shit. If you work in daycare, you're going to have to change diapers. You know, I mean, it's just the way that is. It's part of the job, is dealing with assholes like that. But the sad thing about that is that I could see that being something that's extremely disheartening for people who work in that industry, people who work in that profession, not industry, but that profession. I can imagine, because, you know, there are other people who really need help. There are people who really need help and are willing to cooperate in order to get help for somebody who really needs it. And here she was wasting all of this time and all of these resources and torturing everyone around her in her family. And I won't be surprised if we see the same thing with Chad Doerman moving forward. I believe there is a court date day after tomorrow for Chad Doerman. If they air that, if there's a feed for it, I will stream it if I can. Regardless, I will go over it and I will talk about it. Yeah. Anyways, guys, I don't think I'm gonna go live again tonight because there's other stuff that I kind of wanted to talk about. But Linda Fontaine, she had family that I don't think she had anybody in the gallery that was supportive of her, but her brother did testify. But her brother testified for the prosecution, and he was the most emotional one. I mean, I don't even think Harley got as emotional as he did. Yeah, and when that Sarah Boone trial starts, I'm going to be covering that too. Because oh my God. And I don't think I ever went over the interrogation on that. Somebody says that I did, but I don't remember going over that. Yeah, the Sarah Boone trial is going to be it's going to be something else. But hopefully they wrap up the Chad Doerman thing quickly. That's a painful case for anybody. That's three very young, precious souls. And I would just hope that the wheels of justice move quickly on that. But guys, thanks for hanging out with me for as long as you did. I really, really appreciate it. It means a lot, man. It really does. But man, I'm starving. I'm gonna go eat a salad. Oh, fuck. God, I wish it was a burger, but I can't do it. Anyways, guys, I love you guys very much. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.